Morning, my lady.
Good morning.
Morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Morning, my lady.
Nelly Siwa,
Morning, my lady.
please call the matter.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 21st of February 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Yes, before we call the witness, can I find out from the evidence leaders if they managed to consult with the client, with the witness, whether she's ready to proceed?
Yes, my lady, and we've decided to lead her evidence so it's not confusing for the witness.
Are you going back to lead her again?
If the court allows me, yes, my lady.
Can that be done at the end? I don't know whether that is going to confuse the record, because isn't it we are at a stage where she was already being cross-examined by another counsel?
My lady, the problem that we were facing for the cross-examination is this witness became confused pertaining to the dates that was requested from her, and a lot of formal evidence was elicited during cross-examination, which we could see that confused the witness. It's my respectful submission if we lead her evidence that might curtail the certain cross-examination and clarify certain issues pertaining to those questions.
Can I hear the others? Because I thought that would be done at the end, maybe when after everyone shall have cross-examined the witness. But let me hear, I see their hands here, Mr. van Bergen, and who else? Can I first check? Or was it Mr. van Bergen alone? Can I ask the interpreter and the witness just to step aside as we discuss the issue? Mr. Pinar, you also raised your hand. Is that correct?
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay, I will start with Mr. van Bergen. That's fine. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, my submission is that it would be fair and reasonable to this witness if her evidence were to be led by the evidence leaders. She clearly had difficulties on Friday during cross-examination, and I would submit it would not prejudice, it certainly won't prejudice my cross-examination, and I'm willing to let my cross-examination stand over to enable the evidence leaders to present her evidence as the court pleases.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady, that's a similar suggestion I intended presenting to your ladyship. I think it would be in the interest
Thank you very much.
of justice for the proceed in this manner, my lady, as suggested and as conceded by my colleague, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you. Any other opposing views? Any objection to this route? Okay, I take it that we all agree that given the uncertainties and the confusion that prevailed in the witness testimony on Friday, the court afforded her the opportunity to consult with the evidence leaders. So on that basis, Mr. van Bergen's cross-examination will therefore be kept in abeyance until the witness is led by the evidence leaders. Let the evidence leaders finish to lead the witness, and then Mr. van Bergen will then proceed. Thank you very much. If I may, can I? Okay. Nelisa, can you take the oath again, please?
Pardon?
Can you take the oath, Nelisa? Just a second, Miss Interpreter. Nelisa is going to lead you.
Sworn in.
Mrs. Interpreter, what are your names again? You are Miss
Rose Tiny Matebe.
Yes, you must wait for the court, ne?
All right.
Yes. Can you put your full names again on record, Mrs. Molefe?
Ma'am Lefe, o ka re bolella maina a gago ka botlalo?
Ke nna Beta Molefe, Miki Molefe. Beta Molefe, Miki Molefe.
Do you have an objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Sete se se go thibela go ka ikana?
As this,
Go na le se se go thibela gore o tle kana?
a gone se se nthibelang.
No objection?
You then swear that the evidence that you are about to give shall be the truth, nothing else but the truth. If that is so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Wa ikana re setse se mo e tlo nna nnete. Nnete yo ga go ntse yalo, emisa sa gago sa go ja, e re modimo a go thusa.
Modimo nthuse ke bue nnete.
Thank you very much. You may proceed, Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. Ma'am, your daughter Sophia, she passed away the 12th of September 2016. But can you explain? Excuse me?
Just go slow, Ms. Marriott, because the interpreter, you can hear she's very fast today. We have to slow her down.
Your daughter Sophia died on the 12th of September 2016.
Morwadi wa gago, Sophia, o tlhokafetse ka di 12 sa September 2016.
Can you please tell us how it came about? How was she admitted as a mental disabled person?
O ka re bolella gore go tlile yang gore a be a tsewe ya ka molwetse wa tlhaloganyo.
Gore a tseiwe ya ka molwetse wa tlhaloganyo.
Can you repeat that question?
How did
Madam?
it start for your daughter to be admitted as a patient?
Go thomile yang gore Sophia e nne molwetse wa tlhaloganyo?
O thomile ka go latlhega.
She started by missing.
Yes.
A latlhegela go Natal.
Missing what? I do not understand.
She was missing.
Yes. And then just let the witness
When
talk.
she went missing,
Mrs.
she
Molefe.
went missing.
Yes.
She went missing up until in Natal.
Yes. And then what happened thereafter? That she ended up being admitted at a hospital as a mental health patient.
Repeat it, my lady.
Yes.
Can you repeat, my lady, please?
We hear that she went missing and she was found somewhere in KwaZulu-Natal.
Rutlwile gore se la atimela kere ba mo kira ko KZN KwaZulu-Natal. Yes, that's correct.
Can you please explain to the court how did it come about that she ended up being admitted as a mentally ill patient at the hospital?
Go tlile yang gore a be a feleletse e le molwetse wa tlhaloganyo a ba feleletsa a le go sepetleleng sa tlhaloganyo? I don't understand, my lady.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, after she was missing in KwaZulu-Natal, what happened?
I get on admit I fitlhelwa ko KZN hospital.
Okay.
Yes.
So what happened with your daughter?
Morago ga moo ga diragala eng?
Morago ga moo ba mo tsaya ba mo isa ko sepetlele. Go ne go latlhegile a latlhetse mo jarateng ya Lekgowa.
She was then taken to hospital. During her missing, she was found in a white person's yard.
Yes.
Okay.
And that person called the police so that she can be taken to Arcacan Hospital
in Natal.
In Natal.
Yes.
Did
What
she
happened thereafter?
Pardon?
What happened thereafter?
Morago ga moo go bo go etsagalang? We were busy searching for her during her missing.
Ke repotile ko Jam Foster ko tirong ya John Foster.
I reported at John Foster prison.
Yes.
So that
They were busy searching for her.
Yes.
Uh-huh. While busy searching for her,
Yes.
we received a call
Yes.
from KZN.
Mm. I was told that here's your daughter and she's mentally disturbed, mentally ill.
Mhm.
So what happened with your daughter, ma'am?
And then we treatment.
And they requested that they are going to put her on a treatment.
And treatment.
She was firstly treated so that her mind can come to her normal senses, so that she can relate about us.
Yes.
Did she stay in KwaZulu-Natal?
Stayed there.
Did she ever came home, ma'am?
Mental health. Staff under mental health.
I was working at the Zola clinic under mental health. Then I requested the staff members so that they can go and fetch her for me at RK Canals Hospital.
Did they fetch her for you?
And latela staff, married doctor, akopa gore aka ka mo fa ene o santsa etse activity le pasa ya ka le pasa Sophie gore a khone mo fa staff.
The doctor said they cannot release Sophie. I must first make an affidavit, give them my ID book and Sophie's ID book before giving Sophie to that staff.
Yes, ma'am, we understand all those. Eventually, she came back in Gauteng. She was reunited with the family, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
What happened when she was in Gauteng? Where was she admitted?
She was fine when she came back.
Yes.
And then,
Right. Did she stay with you or did she have to attend the hospital?
She came direct home.
Okay, and then what happened with her?
While she was still at home, and the doctor instructed us that she must not leave the medication that she was using by then.
Mm.
and then as mula khupula ubile ba re go clinic ba re pidisi ene doctor mo relief la ba yo mo work at hospital ba re fedile.
After her medication got finished, we went to the clinic and they told us that the medication that she received from RK Hospital, it's finished at the hospital.
Yes, but
Then she started
she
becoming
ended up
sick.
at the hospital.
No.
No.
Ha fela pidisi re ka smolo kula.
After the the tablet got finished, she started
Out
being
of
sick.
stock. Never is out of stock.
I was informed that it was out of stock.
Pidisi
The same medication, pill tablet.
aba smolo kula.
She started being sick.
Now, ma'am, did she remain at home or was she admitted again at hospital?
Sele anna ale ko lapeng or sele admit to hape ko hospital.
No ha tsa ko RK hospital na nna le nna ko ntlong.
From being discharged from RK Hospital, she was staying with me at the house.
Yes.
From staying with you, was she ever admitted to hospital again?
Sele la mise ko hospital hape sa tlhaloganya. Yes.
When was she admitted to hospital again?
What meeting link hospital hape?
Fast no go tswa kwa RK hospital again pidisi le be ba re ga out of stock ke a simolola o kula be ke mo tsaya ke mo isa ko bar.
After being released from discharged from RKK Hospital, she came home. The medication got finished, and I was informed that the tablet is out of stock. I then took her to Baragwanath Hospital.
Okay. Was she admitted at Baragwanath Hospital?
Usele admit to Baragwanath.
Pero kani ya mo tsaya Mrs. Sterfontein?
Yes, and Baragwanath transferred her to Sterfontein.
Okay, and from Sterfontein, did she stay there, ma'am?
Usele anna ko Sterfontein go tswa mo.
Go tswa mo
Or did she move to another place?
Pardon? And then Selma
ile ha a tswa mo hospital ga tla go ntlong ne ka kopa Selina gore a mbatlele safe place.
After being discharged from hospital, I asked for Selina to look for a safe place for her.
Who is Selina?
Selina Kemang
Ke social worker ya ko Sterfontein.
is the Sterfontein social worker.
And did you receive a safe place for your daughter?
Usele wa boy fiwa plek safe for Sophie.
Ke ne ka fiwa plek e safe for Sophie.
Yes, I was given a safe place for Sophie.
Where was this?
Go ne go ile ko kae plek ewa?
Ke tlhaloganye sentle mara ga nne ke ya ka teng ka di-taxi ne ke re ke a Bitporki Care Center.
I don't understand that place very well, but when I board a taxi, I'll say I'm going to Vetporki Care Center.
And for how long did your daughter stay at Vetporki Care Center, ma'am?
Sophie und das was kann go Vetporki Care Center.
Ha ke gopola hantle ntse ek sa gopola hantle.
If my memory still serves me well, she stayed for, I can't remember well.
Okay, was it a few months, a few days, a few years?
Ile dikgwedi kgotsa matsatsi a rileng a mmalwa kgotsa kgwedi tse mmalwa kgotsa matsatsi a mmalwa.
Ke gopola hantle ga ke ile ka mo rekela mosese wa Christmas a santse a le ko teng. Ha ke gopola hantle 1 year yone na e fetsa ko teng.
If I still remember well, I bought her Christmas dresses, but she finished 1 year at that center. And I used to visit her at that care center.
Okay. And after Vetporki Care Center, did she go anywhere else?
Go tswa mo Vetporki Care Center, go na le ko go ko dileng ya ko teng.
Bone ba mo tsere ko ntleng ga pita ya ka ba mo ise go ba batlang teng.
They took her without my permission and placed her where they wanted to place her. Without
And
my
where
permission.
Where
Pardon?
did they place her?
Like
Ko Esidimeni Randfontein.
Esidimeni in Randfontein.
Do you recall when this happened? How old was your daughter?
Pardon, what was the last sentence? How old was she?
Yes, when they placed her over to Esidimeni.
Nako e se go Esidimeni, ne le leng nana le dilemo tse kae?
Aka ela tlhoko gore nana le dijara tse kae. Ne ke sa ile tlhoko ne ke itumeletse fela gore ngwana ke o safe place.
I was not aware. Or no say.
Ne ke se aware gore ke tlhokomele dilo tse di tshwana le tseo.
I was not aware to take notice of such things. I was happy that my child is at a safe place. Nana le dijara tse kae?
Nana le 18 so.
She was roughly 18?
No,
19. 19.
Okay. When she was 19 years old, was that where she was when she was placed at Esidimeni, or when was this?
Henne ana le 19. Ke nako ba Mr. Welo mma ko Esidimeni kgotsa ne go le neng? It was that time, that period when they took her and placed her at Esidimeni in Randfontein.
Do you remember which year, ma'am?
O sa gopola mme Mamolefo gore ne le ngwaga o mo feng jara e feng selemo se se feng? It was during when they took her to Esidimeni. It was
2016.
When they took her to Esidimeni, it was 2016.
Yes.
Now, ma'am, did you visit your daughter at Esidimeni?
No, umwetela ko Esidimeni.
Every month.
I went to visit her every month.
Okay. And we are aware that this facility closed. How did you become aware that this facility is going to close?
Pardon?
We know that this facility closed, but how did you become aware? How did you become aware it's closing?
Just listen first, Mrs. Interpreter. Please listen to what the evidence leader is going to say, and then you'll then interpret. Just listen first and ensure that she has finished. Thank you.
Ma'am, we are aware that Esidimeni facility closed. I just want to know, how did you become aware that it's going to close?
Right or Esidimeni e tswaletse gone yaanong. Wena o lemogile leng gore lefelo le le tswaletse kgotsa le tlo tswalwa?
Bana ba sa tsere ngwana ke ba mpoleletse ngwana ke se ba mo tsere le ka mogare ga center. Ba se tsa nna go Esidimeni.
They informed me when my daughter was still inside the center at Esidimeni.
So meeting.
There was a meeting called.
I
then sent my daughter.
Okay, just a moment. Who informed you, ma'am, that it's going to close?
My elder daughter went to visit her younger sister, and she is the one who reported to me, who informed me.
And who is your elder daughter?
Dora Molefe.
Dora Molefe.
And you said a meeting was held and you sent your daughter.
What a meeting no we Yes.
Who did you send? Which daughter did you send?
I've sent Dora Molefe.
Did you yourself speak to anyone at Esidimeni pertaining to the closing?
No, at one stage when I visited the center, I found a note at the visitor's place that the place has been.
I'm going to ask you, the interpreter, to interpret everything. The response was first yes and no. Then she started talking about the fact that she once saw a boat or whatever there.
What? I know it's for the center. It looks all now. What?
No, the question was, did she speak to anyone herself at Esidimeni about the closure?
Sister on artiste Sophie Monna gore na go le ke mtheketsa na artiste Sophie Monna be ke motsa gore ke bona dipampiri
ka hleke tolo. Yes, it was the sister who brought Sophie to me.
Okay.
What a kgotsa hour.
Ke modise ka re why le tswala center because bana ke bana ba ba kulang.
I asked her, why do they close the center? Because these kids are ill.
a le nagana ga le tswalo ba tlo nna safe na.
Or do you think when you close the center, are they going to be safe?
Ma'am, I just want to clarify, this sister that you are talking about, is it your sister or is it someone that was working at the facility?
Mot sister o buang ka ena o ke sister wa gago kgotsa ke sister o bereka go facility eo?
Ke mo kry-ile a bereka teng go facility eo.
I found her working at that facility.
Right? And what did she tell you?
O goretse a reng?
Ga ba mpotsa gore ke ra yang.
And she asked me, what do I mean?
Ka re ke buela mabapi le monna a latlhegile.
Because I said to her, I'm speaking on behalf of my daughter who was once lost or missing.
What did she say is going to happen to the patients, ma'am?
O le retse a re go diragala eng ka balwetse ka bakudi?
Ga mpolelela selo.
She didn't say anything to me.
Okay. You expressed your worries about your daughter. What happened then?
Wa tlhalosa mathata a gago le matshwenyo a gago ka mo morwadi wa gago go bo go diragala eng?
Jaaka eng?
Like what?
Yes, you spoke to this sister, then what happened?
O boletse le sister o, then go bo go diragala eng?
Erile ga ntse ke dutse ko gae ba mfounela.
Whilst I was seated at home, I received a call
Ba re ke tlo
From
tsamaya.
whom?
and informed me to come and fetch my daughter.
Who phoned you, ma'am?
O founetswe ke mang?
Ke sister.
A sister?
From where?
Go tswa kae?
From Esidimeni.
From Esidimeni,
Randfontein.
And what did you say?
Wena o moreetsi wa reng?
O ntetsa re bana ba isa bana ko Pretoria.
She informed me that they are taking the kids to Pretoria.
Yes.
And yeah,
Ka re nna kgakala ko Pretoria.
I said it is far from me in Pretoria.
A go ne centanyana matsatsing.
Was there no any center that they can look for her?
Yes.
Ba re no.
They said no.
Now, ma'am, at that point in time, where were you residing?
Ka nako eo, o ne o nna ko kae? O ne o dula ko kae?
Ne ke dula teng mo ke dulang teng gona mo ko Snake Park.
I was residing where I'm now. I'm currently residing. That is in Snake Park.
Where, sorry?
Okay, okay.
It's near Dobsonville.
Nearer to Dobsonville. It is nearer to Dobsonville.
What is the place again?
Kana lefelo leo ke eng?
Ke
Ko nnang ko teng?
Snake Park.
Snake Park.
Now, after they informed you that they're going to transfer the kids to Pretoria, what happened then?
Morago ga gore o itsisiwe gore ba tsaya bana ba ba isa ko Pretoria, then go bo go etsagalang mo?
Be ba re ka weekend ke tlo tsaya ngwana.
They said I must come during the weekend to fetch my child.
Did you go to fetch your child?
O ile wa ilo tsaya ngwana?
E ke ile ka lomtsa.
Yes, I went to fetch her.
When you arrived there, what did you find?
E rile go fitlha mo o fumane eng?
Ko Senteng.
Is it at the center?
Yes.
Yeah, mme.
Ke kry-ile a ka kry-a motho mo nthong ke bone batsadi ba bangwe ba nnetse ba tsaya bana ba bone.
I didn't find anything there. I only saw other parents taking their kids.
So
Right? Did you find? Sorry. Yes, you may
Alright.
proceed.
So like obo fitlha.
Ebe ka fitla.
I arrived.
A ke fitla ba mpha ena.
On my arrival, they gave me my hair.
A ba mpha ene ba mpha few ya dipilisinyana le Sophie.
They gave me, when they handed her over to me, they give me few tablets and Sophie.
And
Ebe,
And o tle ba mo rometse ka student.
they sent a student to accompany her to come to me.
Ka mmotsa
If you
hore
say, just a moment,
I-
ma'am, if you say they gave you a few tablets and Sophie, is this your daughter you're talking about?
Motho o buang ka ena hore ba o file dipilisi tse nyaneng tse di few nyana kgotsa tse di mmalwa ke le Sophie ke morwadi ya hao.
ke ngwanake. So
It's my daughter.
Okay. How many tablets did they give to you, ma'am?
Ba go file dipilisi tse kae?
ha ke sa buima ka di lastile fela 2 weeks.
If I'm not lying, they gave me tablets, medication for 2 weeks.
And what were you supposed to do after these tablets are finished?
Yes, lady fela dipilisi tso. No tshwanetse o dire eng.
Nna be ke ya ko tleliniking mare ke ba sa mpha pampiri ya gore ba ngwela gore o nwa eng le eng.
I went to the clinic, but they did not give me a prescription. What must she take? I took that. They didn't give me that prescription or paper that which states what must she take.
Who did not give you a prescription?
How about for prescription?
Ha ba mpha sepe.
No, they didn't give me anything.
But who did not give you anything?
Pardon?
Who is the person or place that didn't provide you with a prescription?
Because I can feel a little feeling for prescription.
Ke ko Esidimeni ga ba ntsha ngwana discharge.
It's at Esidimeni when they discharged my child.
Okay, so you said you went to the clinic to get more medication. What happened at the clinic?
War we look at clinic go lo batla dipilisi tse ding hape.
Ga ba
Go etsahetse eng?
mpha ka gore ne ke sena description.
They didn't give me because I did not have a prescription.
So what did you have to do, ma'am?
So when I'm not tlamehile re etse mom leave.
Ka boela ba re ke boele morago ko ke tlo mo tsayang teng ba mphe pampiri ya gore ngwana o nwa dipilisi tse di yang kwa ntse a nna teng.
They said I must go back to the place where my child was and ask them to give me her prescription, the medication that she was taking.
Did you return to Esidimeni for a prescription?
Oh, wait, we look up a prescription.
Go ya.
Yes, that's correct.
And did you receive one?
So I feeling a one or a prescription now.
Ka kry Dr. Mervin.
I then found, yes, I found Dr. Mervin.
And then?
A mpha yone mara kopa sorry.
She
Ke mosadi.
She gave me that prescription and asked for forgiveness.
Then what happened?
Gore ba ntshe ngwana discharge ba sa mpha description ya gore ngwana o nwa eng.
That they discharged my daughter without giving me prescription to show me what medication is she taking.
Okay. Did you obtain a medication through that prescription?
Prescription.
Ke kry-ile depression fela ka ya ko tleliniking ba mpha dipilisi.
I only got the prescription, went to the clinic, and they finished me with tablets.
Okay. Now, ma'am, who assisted your daughter with the medication when she took it home?
Pardon, repeat again, Your Worship.
At home, who assisted your daughter with the medication?
Ko lapeng, ke mang a na thusa morwadi wa hao ka dipilisi ka medication na hae?
Go mo fa tsone gore a dine ke nna ne ke mo fa tsone.
To give her drink the tablets, her medication. I was the one who gave medication to her. During the day and the night. During the day and during the night.
And where did you keep this medication?
And no di baya ka dipilisi tse wa ma. I thought I had hidden them in the basket.
Which basket is this?
Mind your muffin? The laundry basket that closes. There's a medication bag, tablets bag. And I placed that medication bag inside it.
Now, this laundry basket, ma'am, does it have holes in it, or is it a solid basket?
Mind our washing. Una lady pasha kotse ke o tshwaregileng fela. It's solid. When you are outside, you cannot see what it's inside.
And this basket, where is it kept?
Mind you, in my bedroom.
Okay. So what happened further at home with your daughter, ma'am?
Like what?
Like what?
Did she take a medication? Was she a good patient? Were there any problems later on?
Ne ile motho o bosilo ile molwetse o bosilo se la itela dipodilo tseo na le magagana go etsagetse morago ga moo.
Una se magaga go mpontsha gore go se di bende ba sa mfa treatment enough una sa treatment.
She was not rude. It shows to me that at Esidimeni they didn't finish her with enough medication. And she was not rude.
I do not understand the portion where you say she was not rude. What do you mean?
Ho ore nna se magaga o rayang me?
Ke ra ba gore enelo man na go ile a le go Vitborg care center.
Because why I say she was not rude? When she was at Vitborg care center, while I asked her for visit, during her visit at home, she could bath herself, make her own laundry, and she could give herself her medication. And she knew what time I should take her medication. That is why I say she was not rude.
Okay, and now after Esidimeni, what changed?
There was a lot of things that had changed in her, which I have observed.
Like what?
And then, pardon?
Like what changed?
She was tiny.
She was?
Tiny, she lost weight.
Okay.
And she didn't want her medication.
Now, ma'am, after her being discharged from Esidimeni Hospital, did any people contact you from Life Esidimeni or the Department of Health?
A le go lapeng a go na le mongwe kgotsa ba seleng ba go Life Esidimeni se le ba contacta kgotsa mongwe kgotsa bangwe go tswa go Department of Health? No one contacted me.
Did you try to contact anyone pertaining to your problem with your daughter?
A wena go na le mongwe o kileng wa leka gore o ikopanye le ena ka matsapo kgotsa mathata o na lona ka morwadi ya gago?
Nna there's one it's a checkpoint or ba khone go mpona gore ba khone go nthusa because na se ala critical.
That is why I contacted Checkpoint. She was too much aggressive and I wanted them to help me.
Who is Checkpoint?
And she was too much aggressive. Checkpoint ke mang?
Taylor.
Taylor?
Okay, what is Checkpoint, ma'am?
Checkpoint again. I read.
Hey,
I don't know it.
marketing Taylor fair.
I only knew Taylor.
Okay, you said you contacted Checkpoint. What must I do for you?
Who said she must contact Checkpoint?
No, she said she contacted Checkpoint. I want to know for what purpose. What did they have to do for her?
What I contacted by Checkpoint. Ne sonto ba go direle eng ke se nne o batla ba go direle sona.
Ne ke batla gore ba mental health ba bone gore an ba mphile ngwana ke sokola ka ngwana.
I wanted the mental health people to see that they have discharged the child. They gave me the child. Now I'm suffering with her.
Okay, and how will they see this, ma'am?
And ba tlo bona yang seo.
Ba se bone ka gore ba bile batla go nna.
They saw it because they ended up coming to my place.
No,
what
They
is
came,
the
so misinterpreting. They came to me, not at my place, at work.
What made them to see your problems with your daughter?
Pardon?
What made the department see your problems with your daughter?
Yes, it's the department. They saw me on the TV to come to me, and they came to me.
Tuesday.
I appeared on Tuesday.
Okay. So
On the
when they
TV.
made,
I appeared on Tuesday on the TV.
so you said that they came to see you. Why did they came to see you?
Is it why or when?
Why? Let's start with why.
They wanted to come and see me because they saw me on the TV and they said they wanted to help me.
Okay. And these people that wanted to see you, do you recall their names?
Yes, I know their names properly.
Okay, who were they?
The first one was Selebana. He came on a Wednesday.
Okay, and what did you discuss with him?
He said to me, I saw you on this TV. How can I help you with?
And what was your reply?
My answer was, you discharged my daughter or you took her out of Esidimeni. Now I'm suffering with the daughter, with the child.
Yes.
What's more?
Why because satisfied
Why did you take her out from the place where she was? Because she was safe and I was satisfied with her. When you release her in my care, what do you think must I do with her?
Did he give you a solution for your problem? Or did the
They promised to come and fetch her and take her for a scan. And still they will look for a place for her.
Now, if you say they promised, who made these promises, ma'am?
What about episode what I'm episode?
Is Liban.
It was Selebane.
Okay. You said Selebane came and visit you first. Was there any other
Was
visits from
Selebane
the
came and-
appointment?
Pardon?
Was there
You said-
any other person who came to visit after Selebane, Dr. Selebane?
Agar Dr. Selebane ke ena wa ntlha go tlo go etela go. A go na lwa bobedi o mong a tlileng a tlo go etela morago ga Dr. Selebane?
Ke Manamela.
Yes, it was Manamela.
When did she come and visit?
O tlile neng a tlo go etela?
Aksa bima go tlile ka Labone.
If I am not mistaken, it was on a Thursday. She came on a Thursday.
And what was her purpose for the visit?
Lebaka la gagwe la gore a go etele?
Le ene na ntse a promise go mbatlela black.
She also promised me to look for a place.
Now, ma'am, was a place ever found for your daughter?
I cannot hear your tone, my lady. There was
Was a place ever found for your daughter as promised by
What?
Selebane and Manamela?
a go na le lefelo le se le malekerela morwadi ya gago ya ka bane ba botsisa e leng tate Dr. Selebane le Manamela ya ka ba botsisitse ba tshepisitse.
A gona go ikile ba mmatlela teng.
There is no place that they have searched for her.
Sorry, just repeat, please.
What is the
When-
answer? Is it a yes or a no?
Ke
No.
eng kgotsa nnyaa?
E se ke ba ba mpatlele black.
They didn't search a place.
Physical next.
They didn't help me with anything.
Was these 2 days, was it the only times you met with Selebane and Manamela?
The 2 days, is it the
Yes, the 2 days. Was
yeah?
it the only time you met with Selebane and Manamela?
Matsatsi a mabedi ao ke ona fela mo seleng o bona Dr. Selebane le Dr. Manamela.
Ga se ka tlhole ke bona ba bang gape.
Yes, I didn't see any other people again.
Now, ma'am, how long was your daughter staying with you before she passed away?
How was her daughter?
How long was the daughter staying with her before she passed away?
So fe o ntse le wena lebaka le le kanang kang pele a ka tlhokofala?
Before to tlhokafala.
Before she passed away. Yes.
Ditse le nna aksa go plan 4 to 5 months.
I'm not certain it's 4 or 5 months
I can't really remember that.
because I can't remember properly.
No, it's fine, thank you. Now, can you please explain to us what happened on the day your daughter passed away?
Ra leboha. Re tlhalosetse gore go etsagetse eng ka tsatsi le morwadi a tlhofetseng ka lona.
Ka tsatsi le a tlhokafetseng ka lone o nwele dipilisi.
The day when she passed away, she drank her medication, her tablets.
Okay, how do you know this? Were you
With
there?
ya. No le teng, with ya, no le teng.
Ke ne
O ne o le?
ke se
I was not home.
ne ke le ko mmerekong.
I was at work.
Be ba ntha ba rutagile.
They said to me she was drunk.
Who is they?
Ke bo mang?
Ausi wa hae na sala le ene.
The sister who was taking care of her.
What is the sister's name?
Ke malebitso la ausi wa gagwe?
Angelina Molefe.
Angelina Molefe.
Okay, so how did they inform you about the situation?
Mema Molefe ba go reportetse yang kgotsa ba go boleletse yang ka mathata kgotsa ka tiragalo.
Ba mfounetse.
They called me.
Okay. So they informed you about your daughter being drunk. What happened?
Ba go founeletse gore morwadi wa gago o taiwa o tlhapetswe go bo go etsagalang.
Nna be ke tswa ko mosebetsing ke tla ko gae.
Then I left my workplace and went home.
A ke fitla ko gae ke be ke re kotsa ke re wa thekilwe ke asthma, na le asthma.
On my arrival at home, I thought she had an asthma attack. She had asthma.
A ke re ke lo nka asthma pump.
When I went to fetch the asthma pump,
Ke kry-e le gore dipilisi tsena ga di sa le mo di nnang teng mo di tsa teng.
I found that the tablets are not in their containers anymore.
What do you mean? Sorry?
Right. It seems that the rats were eating them.
Okay. If you say you didn't find the medication, can you just explain what do you mean?
He ora ha wa kra dipilisi tsa medication na he ora bjang.
Ke ra ga ka kra kgona ko be fo a ke ne ke lo go sheba pumpong ya spray. Ga ka di kry-a kgona ke di beile teng.
As I went to look for the asthma pump, I did not find the medication where I had placed them at first.
Okay, if you say you didn't find it at first, where did you find it?
O di kry-ile kae ka gore ga wa di kry-a go fitlha moo?
A ka kry please ke kry-ile dio tsa dipilisi mo morago ga mpete.
I didn't find her medication. I found the tablets containers behind the bed.
Le spray.
And the pump, the spray.
Now these tablet containers, did it have any tablets still inside them?
Go na le dipilisi tse neng di le teng ka mo gare ga dilwana tse di tshwarang dipilisi.
Go se na le dipilisi one.
There was no one tablet left.
What did you do then, ma'am?
Then obudira ma'am life.
Because up a spray kilo spray.
I then took the asthma pump to go and pump her, or the spray to spray her.
Where was your daughter at this time?
She was lying on the floor or sleeping on the floor.
Where on the floor? In which place?
The witness is now emotion.
Ma'am, are you fine to proceed? Do you want to have a break?
I think she has to calm down. We have to take a break. I see it's 11 o'clock.
Yes, my lady.
Can we adjourn now and then we resume at 15:15? Please get her some water.
I'll do so. Thank you, my lady.
Yes. The court will take a tea adjournment for the witness to calm down. Please notify us when she's ready. If she's not ready at 15:15, you must tell us. Maybe we can start at 20:20. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, my lady, the witness indicated she would like to proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Where is she?
She will, they will switch on the camera just now, my lady.
Okay. I can't see her. Mrs. Mulife, I can't see you. Yes, that's much better. Let the interpreter also be visible. You took a better position when we started. I don't know. Thank you. Mrs. Mulife, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Yes. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, we can proceed.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
At the time we broke, I think you had just told us that when you went to fetch the asthma pump, where you found that the medication was not there, Sophie was on the floor.
Harry khutsa gone ya ra break nyane e nyane e ya rona ya o le o ile go be wa ditlhare go teng wa se wa di kere. That's correct. Yes.
And you were asked as to where was Sophie at the time, and you said she was on the floor.
Ebo o botsa gore Sophie na le kae ka nako eo wa re na le mofatsi. Yes, that's correct.
Yes, counsel wanted to know where on the floor, whether she was in the house, where on the floor.
Mokhanselara o ntse ka re botsa dipotso nna ba tla go itse gore na le mo soriso ka mo ntlong mo fatshe mo kae ka mo ntlong mo fatshe mo monyako wa kamera fatshe mo monyako on the bedroom door on the floor.
So she was at home in the house.
Na le ko lapeng ka mo ntlong. That's correct. Yes.
Continue, counsel.
Now, ma'am, how many medications were left, or how much medication did your daughter take, according to your observation?
Go ya ka pono ya gago no se se ditlhare tse kana ka kgotsa dipilisi tse kae kgotsa o berekisitse tse kana nkang.
It is 2 months.
It was 2 months medication.
Okay. And what happened after you tried to give her the asthma pump?
Go etsagetse eng he o leka go mo fa pompo ya asthma? When I tried to put the pump in her mouth, I saw her bleeding out of her mouth.
Then what did you do?
Then I would write in my mom live. Then I called the ambulance. I started looking for an ambulance.
Did the ambulance arrive?
Selea Fitla ambulance. It didn't arrive.
So what happened with your daughter?
I then saw her brother.
Yes.
Then I asked him to come and fetch the child so that we can take her to hospital.
Who transported your daughter to hospital?
Sorry, repeat again.
Who transported your daughter to hospital?
A brother.
To which hospital did you take her?
Lerato.
And for how long did your daughter stay in Leratong Hospital?
Hospital.
Ek sa gopola hantle hore ke
I cannot remember well if it was
2 months or
The question was just a second.
3 weeks.
Okay, let her answer.
I can say 3 months, but I'm not sure.
It's not 3 months, 3 weeks.
It was not 3 months, it was 3 weeks.
Continue.
Tswela pele, Ma'am Mlefu.
Aba na ile ICU la sino from ICU. Aba ba mise ko hot 14.
She was in the ICU, and from ICU she was taken to Ward 14.
Now, ma'am, did you see your daughter on the day she passed away?
Tsatsi le Sophie a hlokofetseng ka lona, Ma'am Mlefu, o mmone.
Ka tsatsi la ke tsaka lone ke bile ba mpounela.
Yes, on the day when she passed on, I was called.
Who phoned you?
O founetswe ke mang, Ma'am Mlefu?
Ke hospital.
The hospital.
Yes.
And then?
What happened then?
Ka founela Manamela.
After her death, I then called Manamela. I said to her, you see now, you said you are going to help me. Now my daughter passed on.
Can the witness step aside? We take a break again.
Thank you, my lady. We stand down for about 3 minutes,
Yes,
my
you'll
lady.
just indicate, we'll just stay in. Just indicate us. Yes, thank you.
As the indicated she's ready to proceed.
Where is she? Mrs. Molefe, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Someone only come again.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Then we can take it from there.
Mrs. Molefe, you indicated that you phoned Dr. Manamela. Can you just please say again, what did you tell her when you phoned her?
When Mamli said, or Billet for Pilar Simula Honiano, or Ofunity Dr. Manamel. Double Omurets Warren. I said to her, you promised to search for a place for me, and now my daughter has passed on.
Yes.
Yeah. She came and they went with me to the hospital.
She came and they went with you. Who are they?
What about the hospital? The Gibumang.
Manamela, Frida.
It was Manamela and Frida.
Okay, and what happened at the hospital, ma'am?
Then Hobo went to Hala in hospital.
After the hospital, my sister
On our arrival at the hospital, the sisters confirmed and said it's positive. The daughter has passed on.
My lady, I do not see you on the system. Are you still here at the proceedings?
Myself, yes, I'm there. I'm listening. You don't see me?
No, my lady. I can hear you, but I do not see you.
What happened? Maybe I should just go out of the... You can't see me?
No, my lady. It's a black screen where you are supposed to be.
It's okay. I'll just go out. Am I visible now?
Yes, thank you, my lady.
Okay.
Then what happened, ma'am?
Then Hobo went to Hala in more.
They left me at
the hospital and they drove off. They left. And they said to me this, they are still going somewhere.
Did you speak to them later on again?
I didn't want to speak anything with them.
Ma'am, I want you to go to case signs for me. I just wanted to make, I want to refer you to a document. Page 37380.
Page 37380. Perfect.
This is the death certificate of your daughter. I just want you to confirm the date of birth as 5 August 1993.
So get the certificate there manyana kere. So ba go go bontsha mo tsela la matsalo. Ke di 5 August 1993. That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And you indicated when your daughter was admitted at Esidimeni, it was around when she was 19 years of age.
And what so if you know what me to see the being nana landing years, 19.
19 years.
19 years?
Do you confirm this?
What I would need to
Who's
go.
the Bensa go to Radfontein?
Is it now living in Randfontein?
Yes.
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 Okay. Now I want you to go to me or to the page 37373.
I'm only like a little 37373.
73. Yes. Paragraph number 5.
Paragraph ya botlhano. Can you read it another one?
Do you have the page?
We read the page thing again. You're on the page.
Yeah,
Paragraph 5. Yes, it's the page.
Okay. Now, in that last sentence of paragraph, it reads, she was admitted to life Esidimeni in 2002 or 2003. That's now in Randfontein.
Randfontein. What we did go life Esidimeni 2002 was a 2003.
So do you agree this date is incorrect? Because in 2002 and 2003, your daughter will be around 10 years of age.
That is not the truth.
Okay. Do you agree that these dates should be 2012 to 2013?
What do you mean? In 2012 le 2013 memang live. It's in the jarate ya ka dingwetso mo 2002 and 2003. Or mucho to say are hen ke bele le di jarate manyana ka bana di jarate 10. Yes.
Okay. And that date or that 2002 and 2003 is an estimation.
2002 to 2003. Ke ne re akanya re estimate hore e ka bo inile.
Yes.
No, it was not.
Yes, if the correction is made 2012 to 2013, that's an estimation.
This estimation is like not 2012 to 2013.
It's not an exact date.
That's a date
you
and
understand?
that is not the exact date.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, did you have any place in your home to lock away the medication except for the laundry basket?
Mo lapeng go na le lefelo mo nna o ka khiela dipilisi tseo kwa ntle ga mo re be manki wa washing. I don't understand.
Now, you said you kept your daughter's medication in the laundry basket.
But dipilisi tsa ga manyana no di beya ka mo hara manki wa washing. Yes.
Now, was there in your house a cupboard that could lock or anything that could lock where you could keep your daughter's medication?
A mo ntlong ya gago no go na le cupboard e khielwang mo nna o ka ba dipilisi tsa morwadi ya gago mo teng. There was no cupboard that can be locked.
But
there was a key that I could have locked. So I wanted the sister to give her medication during my absence when I'm at work.
Now, ma'am, is that the reason why you did not keep the medication in the lockable kist?
Yes, so that the sister can give her daily medication.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you very much. Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady.
There is somebody who is on the OCJ communications. Can you just please don't distract us? I don't know why this person appears now on the screen. Can you please remove this, please? Thank you, Mr. van Bergen. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Molefe.
I see this thing is continuing, but let's proceed.
As your ladyship pleases. Mrs. Molefe, as on last Friday, I'm going to ask you some questions. If you can... If you can answer...
It's no problem.
Thank you. If you can answer with a yes or a no, then do so.
Okay.
And if I need you to explain something, I'll ask you specifically.
Okay.
Just before
Okay.
you start, I'm going to request you, Mrs. Molefe, just relax. If there is a question which you don't understand, you can say so that the question can be clarified to you before you answer.
Then Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Molefe, just to get a bit of background about you, can you advise her ladyship what your age is presently?
I'm 64 old.
64 years old.
Thank you. You testified on Friday in reply to a question by her ladyship that your highest level of education is standard 4. Is that correct?
Mayor Judge o botsisitse ka la botlhano gore dithuto tsa gago go fitla mo lageng e feng o bo standard 4.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And can you just advise her ladyship your place of work you referred to as Zola Clinic? What work let me first ask you, do you still work there?
Olle o bereka ko Zola Clinic, mmereko go bereka ko Zola Clinic. O someone o bereka ko teng ko?
Yeah,
No, I'm not working.
And at the time that you did work there, what work did you do?
Kana go ne o dira ko fiki o no dira eng?
Ke ne ke sa catering.
Catering? I was doing catering.
Thank you. Mrs. Molefe, you said this morning when you were dealing with the visit by Dr. Celebano.
Mema Molefe phakela o boletse gore wena o etetse ke Dr. Selebane.
Yeah.
That's correct, yes.
That you asked him why they had taken your daughter out of Esidimeni because she was safe there and you were satisfied. Is that correct?
Umboleletse gore ba botlositse ngwana ko Esidimeni and wena no kgotsofetse ka go nneng ga gagwe ko le ena na itumeletse go nna ko at Vetpoort, not Esidimeni.
I see.
Vetpoort Care Center.
Right. So you asked Dr. Celebano why your daughter had been taken out of Witpoortjie and sent to Esidimeni.
Dr. Selebane gore goreng ba tlositse ngwana wa gago ko Vetpoort Care Center ba bitsa Esidimeni.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Mrs. Molefe, I would like you to turn to page 23912 on case line.
Repeat again, Mr. van Bergen.
23912, my lady.
23192.
912.
912. 23912.
As your ladyship pleases. Do you have that place, Mrs. Molefe?
I see Ma'am Molefe. Where one? Okay. Okay.
Now, is it correct that you gave evidence at the arbitration proceedings relating to the various deaths that this inquest is related to?
Ke nnete o fela ne ka o file bopaki ka nako le arbitration e leng gore e re tlisitse mo patlisiso ya ntsho ya batho death inquest ke dipatlisiso tsa le morago ga leso. I don't understand.
Is it correct that some time ago you gave evidence before the former Deputy Chief Justice, Mr. Justice Moseneke?
Ke nnete gore o fane ka bopaki go morago kwa mo pele ha Judge Moseneke, Deputy Judge Moseneke. That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, Mrs. Molefe, just to familiarize you, the page that I referred you to forms part of the record of the proceedings before Mr. Justice Moseneke. Do you understand?
Arbitration mo pele ga Judge Moseneke, Deputy Judge Moseneke. That's correct.
Now, on that
Just before we proceed, I'm going to request the interpreter to use the word "the court" before Judge Moseneke. I think it's a problem for her to be referred to as an arbitration. But every time you refer to that, you say "the court" before Judge Moseneke. So that you can understand. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Molefe, you will see in the third line on that page.
Ma'am Molefe,
Your name appears, Mrs. Bertha Molefe. Do you see that?
Yes, that's it.
And Advocate Adila Hassan was an advocate who asked you questions at the court proceedings before Mr. Justice
Advocate Adila Hassan, Judge Moseneke. Yes, that's correct.
And you will see in the second line, this is now the evidence as it was typed afterwards. Yes. Advocate Hassan asked you, was Sophia Molefe at Life Esidimeni? Do you see that?
Advocate Adila Hassan ubuti sora. So if you own a local Life Esidimeni na. Yes, she was at Life Esidimeni. Yes.
And you answered at that stage, you said, no, she was not at Life Esidimeni. She was at, carry on, Ms. Interpreter.
Advocate Wabutsar. Advocate Adila Hassan Abutsor. As so if you na local life, so if you live na local life settlement. Karabo ya how me mamulif ole One asoko life settlement. Yes. Yes. Correct. Correct.
And you said further she was at a care center in Witpoortjie, and then after care center Witpoortjie, she was then moved from Witpoortjie to Esidimeni.
Ware agar mo ware ore una asoko life settlement. Karabo ya how actually sa pele ware she was at a care center. Ware na le ko care center engo go ba tlhokomelang go teng ko Witpoortjie. Yeah. And then go tswa ko Witpoortjie center eo ba ba motlosa ba misa ko Witpoortjie ba motlosa ko Witpoortjie ba misa ko Esidimeni. Yes, that's correct.
So when you referred today to Esidimeni at Randfontein, is that the reference to the Esidimeni facility that Sophia had been sent to from Witpoortjie?
Repeat the question, Your Worship.
I'll do so. When you referred to Esidimeni at Randfontein in your evidence this morning,
Henna ore Esidimeni ko Randfontein. Ono obolela ka Esidimeni efeng.
is,
The one in Randfontein.
was that a reference to the Esidimeni facility that your daughter had been sent to from Witpoortjie?
Esidimeni e leng hore ke yona o buang ka yona, e leng hore le sene ba tlosa morodi ya gago Sophie, ba ba mo ise go Esidimeni. Yes, that is it.
Just a second, Mrs. Interpreter. Please listen attentively to what counsel puts to the witness. Counsel is asking, this Esidimeni that you referred to in today's evidence, can I finish and then I'll give you the chance? This Esidimeni that you referred to today in your evidence, does that refer to a facility of life Esidimeni?
Pleke e re tswa ke first. Pleke e o reng o ne a le ko Esidimeni. Ke yona e re buang ka yona ho
Esidimeni, this Esidimeni at Randfontein.
Esidimeni e leng ko Randfontein e.
Esidimeni. In her evidence, she referred to a place called Esidimeni. Now, counsel wants to know whether Esidimeni is a facility that belongs to Life Esidimeni. Am I clear now?
At Randfontein, my lady.
Yes. Can I put it this way? What is your name again, Mrs. Interpreter?
Matebe?
Yes, Miss Matebe. Counsel referred to the evidence of the witness this morning. He wants to know that in her evidence today, she referred to Esidimeni in Randfontein. Now, counsel wants to know that reference to Esidimeni in Randfontein, by so saying, did she mean that is a facility of life Esidimeni?
Mo phakela o file bopaki again. Wa bolela gore o ne a le ko Esidimeni. So lefelo le ko Esidimeni leo o letsa gore ke lefelo kgotsa facility e nngwe ya ga life Esidimeni.
Ore ha ke itse go differ.
I cannot differentiate them.
Ke tseba bona ba Mr. Kona social worker Mr. T. Ke go Witpoortjie Care Center.
According to my knowledge, the place where she was placed by the social worker, it's Life Care Center in Witpoortjie.
Okay, then your further evidence this morning was that she was taken to a place in Esidimeni, which is in Randfontein.
Yes.
Kela mo bopaking wa ba ha or ba mo tsere ba mo ise ko Esidimeni ko Randfontein.
Yes.
Yes.
So this place in Randfontein, is it a facility of life Esidimeni? As far as you know.
Lefelo le ko Randfontein ke lengwe la lefelo la ga life Esidimeni la ko Randfontein. Yes, that is.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Molefe, if you look further in that paragraph on page 23912, in the third line, you say, I was happy with the service at Witpoortjie, with the treatment she was receiving at Witpoortjie.
Or no itumetse ka go yeng ha ko Witpoortjie le ka mne tshwaro ya go teng le itumeletse yona treatment ya teng ka mpone ba ba tshotse ka teng. That is correct.
And you said every time I requested her, they would say I must wait for the doctor to come see her first.
Mo statement is yo ware na go ngolengwe Dr. Ammone pele.
go ya
That's correct.
And you continued every time when I
When
went
I
to
requested
her,
her, when I requested her,
ne ke ema pele Dr. Motšhedi.
I'll wait first. The doctor must check her.
Yes.
Yes.
Remember, Mrs. Molefe, when an answer needs a yes or no, you just answer yes or no. And where
Remember-
an explanation is needed, counsel will indicate or the court will indicate.
Remember,
Sorry, ma'am.
ge potso e botswa araba ka eng kgotsa nnyaa mo e leng gore advocate o tla kopa gore re tlhalosetse ba kopa tlhaloso le ge mme judge ga kopa yalo wa go nne yalo ka eng kgotsa nnyaa kgotsa ge ba kopa tlhaloso mo ka neelanang ka tlhaloso.
Ke a leboga.
Thank you.
Yes, continue, counsel.
thank you, my lady. You further said every time when I went to fetch her so that I can take her home, they would give me her tablets. They will give me a 2-week supply.
Wa re gantsi ge nne o ya o ile mo etela o mo kopa gore a ye ko lapeng ne ba go faena le dipilisi tsa beke tse pedi.
Ga ke mo kopile 2 weeks ba mpha dipilisi tsa 2 weeks.
Yes, when I requested her for 2 weeks, they'll give me medication for 2 weeks.
Yes. And they will say once the tablets are finished, I must take her back.
But hey, ba ne ba bolela gore he dipilisi tsa e fedile o mmutsetse. O mo
Go
kgotlhisa.
ya
Yes, that's correct.
So while your daughter was at Witpoortjie, her condition was sufficiently good to enable her to go home to you from time to time. Is that correct?
Nako e leng go Witpoortjie maemo a gage nna a tokafala mo le re ka mo tsaya le nako lapeng gangwe le gape.
ka. Yes.
Very well, yes.
Thank you. Now, Mrs. Molefe, would you please turn to page 6666?
Yeah.
And tell me when you are there.
What we are there?
Thank you. This is part of the records of Life Esidimeni Randfontein that you previously referred to as Esidibeng.
The record ya ko Esidimeni ko Randfontein ene wena o ibitsa re ke Esidimeni. Kan e Afrikaanse op big up. Ke medication o ha wa bona note ya ha.
And this shows, Mrs. Molefe, that your daughter was admitted to Life Esidimeni Randfontein on 17 February 2015.
Go go bontsha gore morodi ya hao o ne a tle ko bookelong ba Life Esidimeni ka ba mo admit ka di 17 tsa February 2015.
That is Life Esidimeni at Randfontein.
Ke Life Esidimeni ko Randfontein.
Do you agree with that?
O dumelana le lekwalo le?
Ke dumelana le lona.
I do agree with it.
Thank you. Then you said that you were happy with the care at Witpoortjie. Were you happy
What
with the
we-
care at Randfontein?
O ne o itumeletse tshwaro ya hae ko Witpoortjie le ko Randfontein.
Ne ke itumeletse tshwara gagwe fela ko Witpoortjie.
I was only happy about her care at Witpoortjie.
Right. Now, Mrs. Molefe, I want to show you from these records the care that your daughter got at Randfontein. Okay.
Re tlo bontsha mo di-document mo dipampiring tsa rona tse tlhokomelo ya gagwe ko Randfontein ene ba irile morwadi ya gago.
If you look just below that date of 17 February 2015, you
A re ko tlase go tswa mo 17 February re ya go theogela ko tlase.
you will see an entry dated 23 March 2015.
A se ngwetse 23 March 2015.
Do you see that?
Wa bona me Molefe? I do see it, yes.
And this shows that a medical examination, or let me take away the word medical, an examination was performed on your daughter to see...
Sorry, my lady, before my senior could proceed with this question, I don't think the first question was answered. There was a question by my senior advocate, Van Berken SC. Were you happy with her care at Randfontein? She just answered that I was happy with her care at Vetporki.
Yes, she said
That-
only Vetpoort. So I took it that was the answer. She was only happy about Vetpoort. Because the question was in relation to Vetpoort and Randfontein.
So
Yes.
that was not
So
answered.
it was answered. The question was, you were happy about her care at Vetpoort and also at Randfontein. Then she said only Vetpoort.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Molefe, this shows that your daughter's condition was checked on 23 March 2015. Do you see that?
What do you mean? 23 March 2015, moradi wa hao se la tlhatlhobiwa. Wa bona
According to the document, ho ya ka tokomane
ho ya ka tokomane e le mo pele a rona e ya bontsha ka di 23 March 2015 moradi wa hao se la tlhatlhobiwa go ngwetswe mo ka date e mema Molefe wa bona. I don't know.
Okay.
Yes. Can you dispute it?
I dispute it because I don't know it.
Can you just read it to her? Just read it. I think this looks like it was blood pressure was taken. I don't know the other things, but it has also to do with urine. If you can explain that to her, Mrs. Interpreter.
Let me put, my lady.
Okay. Can we give Mr. Van Bergen the chance to do so?
Fine.
Molefe, this entry shows that your daughter's blood pressure was taken. It was 100/60.
Miss Marriott? Yes, I just wanted Mr. Van Bergen to finish his statement. Yes, let's hear.
Lady, this is medical information. This witness is not a qualified medical person, and these questions are unfair to the witness to comment on whether her daughter's blood pressure and so forth were taken. I would submit it's an unfair question.
Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the witness testified that she was happy with her daughter's care at Witpoort. Only at
Can we ask you just to step aside so that we can discuss this? Thank you. Continue, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. With that,
can you step aside with the witness, Mrs. Interpreter, so that we can discuss this? Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. The implication of that answer was that Mrs. Molefe was not happy with the care of her daughter.
Yes, that's how I understood it. Continue.
And it is important, my lady, not only to show that the necessary care was afforded and that Mrs. Molefe should be aware of that, but it is also important for your ladyship to be aware of the course of events at Randfontein as it led up to the discharge and then events subsequent to the discharge. All that this witness has to say, if necessary, is I can't comment. She doesn't have to address the issue. I just want to put to her that her daughter was properly attended to at Randfontein and show her the written evidence in support of that submission.
Mrs. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. I would again submit that this witness will not be able to or has personal knowledge pertaining to what procedures were done for medical treatment on her daughter, and that can be left for argument.
Okay. Just before Mr. Martin, I wanted to rule on the matter. I don't know what you're going to say. Okay.
Thank you. My lady, I was just going to support what Mr. van Bergen said. The mere fact that this is peripherally medical evidence doesn't mean that it's inadmissible. Mr. van Bergen is not asking this witness to comment on whether or not blood pressure was properly taken or improperly taken. He's simply pointing her to a record of her treatment.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to allow this line of questioning due to the response of the witness earlier on. She is not required to testify about her opinion or regarding the procedures that were followed at the hospital. Thank you. The question is allowed. You can come back. Yes, can we give Mr. van Bergen the chance to proceed?
Thank you, my lady.
You may proceed, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Molefe, as I indicated, your daughter's blood pressure was taken. It shows that her pulse rate was taken, and it was 80 beats per minute. That is the P with an 80 next to it. It shows that her respiration...
Just go slow for the interpreter, Mr. van Bergen. The blood pressure, the pulse was taken.
What's the blood pressure? Ya manyana again. Moya bontsha hore ke lekgolo mo tlase ha 60 or ke 40 hore ne le yang. And then more I want to keep P, is it P80?
Yeah, P is the pulse rate, the rate of a heartbeat.
And R?
The R is respiration. And it was 18 breaths per minute. Her temperature was 36.3 degrees.
36.3.
And they tested her urine and nothing abnormal was detected.
And
all these findings are normal.
And that was on the 23rd of March 2015.
As your ladyship.
And 23rd of March 2015.
Mrs. Molefe, you wouldn't know about this, would you?
No.
But you cannot deny that this was in fact done.
Yes, I didn't pick that up.
I only started to hear this now.
Okay, continue, yes. Mr. van Bergen.
Mrs. Molefe, on the 3rd of June 2015, that's the next entry, her blood pressure, she was again examined, her blood pressure was 120/74.
On the 3rd of June.
3rd of June 2015.
June 2015, blood pressure
blood pressure was 120/74. Her pulse rate was 86 beats per minute.
And a pulse nearly 86.
Her temperature was 35.4 degrees.
Nearly 35.4 degrees.
And her respiration, her breathing rate was 20 breaths per minute.
And then nearly 20 per minute.
All of which are within normal limits.
tsotlhe tse di mo tekatekanong e siameng.
You will not be aware of this, not so.
Dilo tsotlhe tse wena o ka se kgone di lemoga, no sa itse ka tsone. I was not aware about this.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you please go to page 6670?
6670. 66. We are there.
You will see that the date was Wednesday, 22 July 2015 at 11:20.
Wa bona mo date nearly 22 July 2015. Nako nearly
20.
11:20.
Do you see that, Mrs. Mulefe?
Wa bona mo tsotlhe tse ke go balla tsona tse Mme Mamlefe? Yes. Yes.
Your daughter was again examined on that date.
Morwadi ha o se la tlhatlhobiwa ka letlha lona ka date e.
And the recording reads as follows. User, that's your daughter, looks emotionally stable.
Bare maemo a ha o ntse sentle, emotionally stable, ha gona matsapa ka ena.
Suitable for placement.
O siametse gore a ka isiwa ko lefelong le lengwe.
Both user and family has been informed about transfer to Waverley.
Lona le listika le ena setse ba boleletswe gore o isiwa ko lefelong ko Waverley.
Do you recall, Mrs. Mulefe, that that your daughter was to be transferred from Life Esidimeni Randfontein to Life Esidimeni Waverley?
Gore morwadi ga o ile tlosiwa mo Life Esidimeni Randfontein a isiwa ko Life Esidimeni Waverley.
What is your answer, Mrs. Mulefe?
Karabo ya gago ke Mme Mamlefe. I don't know about Waverley.
The record shows further that, and if you go, let me go through the whole document. The next line is help deal with emotions.
Can you repeat the first sentence, Your Honor?
Help deal with emotions.
Batlo thusa ka maitshwaro ka emotional ba maikutlo a gae. Thank you, Your Honor.
Inform both user and family about transfer to Waverley.
Ba letsisi lo lotlhe gore motho o tlo tloswa mo a iswa ko Waverley. I don't know that.
Continue with therapy.
O tla tswela pele ka mokgwa a thusiwa ka teng ka taolo ya maikutlo therapy.
To prepare discharge documents.
Gore ba ilo lokisa ditokomane tsa gore ba mo ntsha ba mo discharge ba mo lokoleng. Where?
To prepare the discharge documents for the transfer to Waverley.
Ba bankanye dipampiri tsa ditokomane tsa hae ba ngwana tsotlhe gore wa tloswa mo o isiwa ko Waverley.
And she was to be transferred on 23 July 2015 to Waverley.
I don't know. The first part of the question, she says she doesn't know. But look at the documents I did what we see o tsamaya ka di 23 July I isiwa ko Waverley. I don't know that.
And then she was to be evaluated in 3 months, and this was recorded by what looks like assisted childcare.
and ba ile mo lebella maemo a hae for kgwedi tse tharo and se o ka re go ngwetswe sister Chao ke nna ngwana a neng a ngwala.
Just a second, Mr. Verbergen.
Yes,
If we look on the very same page at the top right-hand corner, MDT member Chauke Selina, social worker.
My apologies, my lady.
If we can just find out whether this is the same person that she was talking about, Selina.
Chauke Selina, social worker. Ke ena motho no bua ka ena.
Wait for Mr. Van Bergen, Mrs. Interpreter, to deal with it.
Mrs. Molefe, if you look in the top right-hand corner of page 6670, you will see a block with the heading MDT member. Do you see that?
I want to block MDT member.
Do you see that, Mrs. Molefe?
Yes, can she read? Or is she listening to the interpreter? Can you read, Mrs. Molefe?
I cannot read properly.
Okay, but you must just rely on the interpreter.
Mrs. Molefe, and in this block, the name Chauke Selina, social worker, appears.
Chauke Selina, social worker.
Is that the same Selina that you spoke to earlier in your evidence who assisted you with finding your daughter a safe place?
I can't Selina Ola, oneng a go thusa go tswa go simologo ko mathomong a go thusa go batlela morwadi ya go lefelo le ba balesegileng.
O mo ga I ke misi ka gore ona ke na o ke mo tsebang na le go Sterkfontein.
This one I don't know her. The one whom I know was in Sterkfontein.
Okay.
Do you perhaps know what her surname was, Mrs. Molefe? The one at
I don't know her surname.
Thank you. If you would then go back to page 6666.
Six, 66.
Yes.
We are there.
At the bottom of the page, you will see a date, 29 July 15.
29 July 2015.
15.
I see it.
And the word transfer.
And transfer. Transfer.
That was when your daughter was transferred to the Life Esidimeni at Waverley. Are you aware of that?
Transfer logo Life Esidimeni Waverley.
The question was, are you aware of that?
No.
Mrs. Molefe, if you would then please go to page 6662.
We are there.
You will see the date 7 August 2015.
7 August 2015. I want to date that thing. I see over the years.
And this appears to be an entry made by a psychiatrist. If you look in the block at the top right-hand corner.
Okay. Okay.
And it says settling. So your daughter was settling in at the new facility. And there's the word CONT and then RX, which means continue with treatment.
Pardon?
There is the word or the abbreviation CONT, which is continue, and then RX, which is an abbreviation for treatment, continue treatment.
Okay. Okay.
If you would then please go back to page 6670.
Yeah, there.
You'll see at the bottom half of the page, there is a date, 28 August 2015.
One more. Date, I think it is 28 August 2015. Okay. Okay.
And this is a family contact or a note
And
of
then more.
family contact.
Ke ka mokgwa re ka contactana le ba ko lesikeng ba e sika mo ke di-particulars tsa bona or go ngwetswe go mo gore ro tiana bjane ba lesika.
The note says family contact, which means the hospital or the facility could have contacted the family.
So ba sepetlele se ke be se ba ikopantse le lona ba lesika.
No.
No.
Continue.
And the purpose of this note and what it describes is confirming families' knowledge about users' transfer.
Can you please repeat, my lord?
Certainly. You can just refer to me as counsel. The purpose of this note and this communication that it refers to is carry on.
Lebaka la go ngwala tse ke mabaka a gore ba kgone go kopana kgotsa le go contactana le ba lesika le molwetse kgotsa kwa tlabeng a le ko teng.
Confirming families' knowledge about users' transfer. That is confirming.
Gore ba lesika ba itse gore molwetse wa tloswa fa o isiwa kwa wa shift wa sutisiwa fa o isiwa kwa lefelo le le rileng. Okay. Okay.
See that? And then the note reads, user's mother was contacted on both numbers.
Mo ba ngwana gore molwetse user ke moradi hao mme wa ga o sele a letsetswa was contacted on both numbers ba go letseditse mo nomorong tse pedi tse di latelang ke e ya ntlha e ya bobedi a
and the two numbers were 078 514 1092.
Ke e ya mathomo 078 514 1092.
And 083 944 7011.
Le e ya bobedi e ya 083 944 7011.
Were those your telephone numbers, Mrs. Mulete?
Yes.
And the note says, but both numbers went straight to voicemail.
Mara mo go ngwana gore nomoro tso di letseditswe mara di le straight ko voicemail go go dleng ga gona karabo ya bolela the user is not available. Monga mogalo ha teng batlanang. No. No.
Well, this is what is recorded here.
No.
And the plan was to, it says continue, and then there's an abbreviation which I can't make out, and follow up in 1 week.
Pardon? Cancel?
The P is for plan.
To continue.
Continue, and I can't make out the next abbreviation, and follow up in 1 week. In other words,
but it will let the I don't know anything about this.
Yes, and the person who wrote this was...
It could, just a second, it could also mean also a follow-up regarding the telephone calls, because the numbers went to voicemail, Miss Interpreter.
Maybe ntse ba tlo tswela pele ba etsa ba founele dinomoro tseo ka ntlha gore ne di le mo voicemail to continue ka go nna ba go founela yana ba founela number tse pedi tse Mama Molefe.
Ne ke sa kgone gore phone ya ka e dule timile because ne ke tseba gore ka nako nngwe ka nne ka batlagala anytime.
I couldn't stay with my phone being off because I knew that anytime I could be contacted from the center.
Right.
That is what is recorded. You may proceed, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, Malady. And the entry was by Mbali. Social worker. The entry was made by Mbali Nkabinde, social worker.
You're telling was Mbali Nkabinde or in social work?
And if you go to the next page, Mrs. Molefe.
In a negative answer.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
And next page, 6671.
6671.
What page in that Mama Molefe one?
Okay.
Okay.
You will see that there is, the heading is Family Contact Record. And
more, the record is a seeker. The contact is a thing.
Okay.
And it shows on 27 April 2015, the telephone number they took from you was 083-944-7011.
Number A, 074. Wait,
083
944
944
7011.
I want to number 083-944-7011.
You've already indicated that that was one of your telephone numbers.
I didn't have these numbers.
I beg your pardon?
I had never had these numbers. I didn't have these numbers.
Mrs. Molefe, I understood that when I referred you to the numbers on page 6670, you confirmed that those were 6670. If you could go back there.
These are not the same as those numbers. 083.
You confirmed that these numbers were your numbers, and you will see the second number is the same as the one that appears on page 6671.
The number tse ga tse tsa gago Mama Molefe and e ya bobedi ke yona hlahellang go page ya bofelo double and le mo page 6670. Ke tso di one. Ke tswana tsa page ya 6671 di nomoro a sheet. Di tswana le tse tsa go 6670.
Do you see they're the same numbers?
Right, ke page di nomoro tse o di bona di tshwana le tse mo letlakaleng le la lupodimo di a tshwana ke engwe ya di nomoro tsa hao. Those are not my numbers, it's my daughter's numbers.
Mrs. Molefe.
What is the response? I didn't pick that up.
Those are not my numbers, are my daughter's numbers.
Okay, but at least you know both of them, isn't it? They relate to you or to, can I finish? They relate either to you or one of the members of your family.
Yes.
Okay, can we proceed then?
So we'll leave it at that, my lady.
Yes.
Mrs. Molefe, you testified earlier that when your daughter was at Witpoort she was allowed out to go and visit you at home. Do you remember?
Wa hopola re ka nna go nne fa bopaki phakela o le morwadi wa gana go a le go vepuri le ba go dumella gore o motse a go etele go lapeng. Wa hopola?
Yes.
That's correct. Yes.
Would you please go to page 6672?
6672. Are you page now?
Yes.
This is a
Yeah,
document that shows that your daughter was sent to your home on leave from 23 December 2015 to 5 January 2016. Do you see that? From 23 December 2015, date of commencement of leave, and then due date of return from leave, 5 January 2016.
Manyana moradi ga ne ba mo lokolotse ka di 23 December 2015 ba ba a boe go na le mo leave a boe ka di 5 January 2016.
Correct.
Correct?
Thank you. And if you go to the next page, you will see it's a continuation of that same document. And in the second paragraph, in the second paragraph, it says conditions of behavior which must be adhered to by the user.
Maitsholo a gagwe a moradi a gago.
The first is take medication as prescribed.
Which must be adhered to by the user. Can the interpreter interpret that?
Mo ke ditlhare tse le go tshwanetse di diriswe ke molwetse.
Okay.
Okay.
No. Can we go back? Conditions of behavior which must be adhered to by the user. Can you interpret that, Mrs. Interpreter?
Maitsholo a leng gore a tshwanetse gore molwetse kgotsa manyana
a latele
ka teng mo tirisong ya ditlhare tsa gagwe.
Before you go to medication, I haven't said anything about medication. Please don't be quick. The medication will come at a later stage. Conditions of behavior which must be adhered to by the user.
Maitsholo a ga molwetse a tshwanetse gore a latele.
Yes. Now, and then the council will read them into the record.
Thank you, my lady. The first is take medication as prescribed.
Santlha, o tshwanetse gore a tseye ditlhare tsa hae ka mokgwa a tshwanetse gore a di use ka mokgwa a fileng gore a di berekise yang.
Yes.
Avoid drugs and alcohol abuse.
A seke ba a dirisa diritibatsi kgotsa bojalwa. Okay.
Back on a due date.
A boe ka letlha le le ntšha. Okay.
And to be under supervision at all times.
O tshwanetse gore a nne ka mo tlase ga tlhokomelo le taolo ka nako tse tsotlhe.
Yes. Thank you.
Continue. Do you confirm you were aware of those instructions, Mrs. Molefe?
No, we itse ka ditaelo tse Mema Molefe.
Yes.
Thank you. Would you then please go to page 6669?
Yes.
Do you have it, Mrs. Molefe?
We have it.
First, under the heading diagnosis, it says schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia. Okay. Yes. Okay.
And it would appear at this stage she had been sent to Rand West Care Center. Are you aware of that?
Rand West Care Center. Which place transferred her to that
Well,
Place?
I assume it would have been from Waverley.
Rand
I
West.
bona mo. Pardon?
The place is called Rand West. We don't know what she used to call it herself.
Pleke e bitswa Rand West. Ha re itse hore rona le tlwaetse go e bitsa eng. Who referred her there?
Yes. Mrs. Molefe, I'm not going to answer your questions. Just accept that she went to Rand West Care Centre, and let's leave it at that.
This is another facility of Life Esidimeni.
Go Rand West Care Centre. Ke le leng hape la Life Esidimeni lefelo leo. I don't know that place.
Right.
Yes, Council is just reading to you what is written on this document, isn't it?
Councillor o go balla se se ngwetsweng mo letlakaleng le.
Okay.
Okay.
And the first entry under the date column is 5 January 2016.
5 January.
It's difficult to read, but it's 5 January
Yes, but it looks
2016.
yes.
What 5 January 2016? Ka nako 13.
At 1330, the time,
Ka 1:30.
and it reads, care user came back from LOA, leave of absence.
But motho o motlhokomedi molwetse o buile ka mo lefelong kena. I can't see this sentence.
She was from home. Now she's coming
Oh,
back.
natla go lapeng o buile o tswa leaving o buile mo sepetlele.
She's
Because
from
I'm
home. She comes back, and she was accompanied by her mother.
And o ne a tsamaya le mme wa hae by her mother. Go yalo mama Molefe.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it correct, Mrs. Molefe, that you brought your daughter back to Life Esidimeni after she was on leave at home?
Ke nnete mama Molefe o busitse ngwana gago a wa musitse mo Life Esidimeni morago ga go a boe hae mo leafing ya hae. Yes, that's correct.
It further says, positive report was given to the sisters.
Le ba file report e siamile fa ma sister ya bonnete e positive. Is it at Life Esidimeni Randfontein?
Don't worry about where it was. What was recorded was that you and your
If
daughter,
I may, just a second.
as your ladyship,
If I
please.
may.
Okay.
Remember, there is already evidence on record that she was home somewhere in December 2015, and she was to return to the facility in January. You remember that?
Wa hopola me mam lefe o fane ka bopaki ba hore o ile hae a tlile hae leafing ka December ne a ba busetswa morago ka January ka Ferikgong 2016.
Okay, that's
fine.
I still remember that because I had never requested her while she was at Life Esidimeni Randfontein.
Okay, but you remember that you had to take her back where she was, whether it was Life Esidimeni. We understand that there could be a confusion regarding the places as to the names that you used yourself. But the fact of the matter is she had now to return. And according to this document, it says she was accompanied by her mother when she was returned to the facility.
Because mafelo a ka nna ile gore a go kopa-kopanya mara o mmusitse a kere o ile leafing ka December mara o mmusitse wena bona o mmusitseng ka January
On the 5th of January 2016.
Right. January 2016.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
And the report that was received from you and your daughter was that everything had gone well during her stay at home.
And I can report because ditshwaelo tse di faneng ka tsona ko di wisiteng ko teng le botse gore na itshwere sentle wena le morwadi ya gago o mongwe wena le morwadi ya gago le tlhalositse gore na itshotse sentle ko lapeng dilo tse tsotlhe di tsamaya sentle go yalo. That's correct.
Then the next entry is on the 13th of January 2016.
Mo dating ya di
13 of January.
13 January 2016.
And it says care user transferred to, and I can't make out the word, it looks like Ituseng unit.
Ituseng
unit.
Ituseng unit with all her belongings.
Bar o tserwe manyana a iswa ko Ituseng unit le thotho ya hae yotlhe.
Has no recent scars and or injuries on her body.
Ebile mo mmeleng na sena dikgobalo kgotsa mengapo mo mmeleng ya hae.
Are you aware of that she was sent to another unit within the same facility?
A nona le kitso ya hore hona mo pleke e one eo ba mo isitse ko uniting e bitswang Ituseng? No.
Right. If we can go to the next entry, 16 January 2016 at 1400.
I see date the 16th of January 2016 ka 2.
And the entry reads, care user was visited by her mother.
But when o mo etetse ka date ewa? Yes.
Relationship was good.
And botsalano ba bona le bo siameng. Yes.
Comment and card was written by her mother.
Gore di tletlebo tsa gago le ka mokgone wa tla re a tlhokomela ka teng di ngwetse ko wena. No.
We'll leave it at that. She brought her goodies, which she kept for herself. So you took your daughter goodies, which she kept.
Goodies. O mo tsetse dilo tse neng a di rata, maswitsi ka hong di monamone. Di Kentucky le. Yes, Kentucky and others.
Yes. Then the next entry, 25 January 2016.
25 January, 2016.
On the same page, there's an entry that the patient was examined by a Dr. Kota.
Ke di pholo tsa doctor o tlhatlhobile morwadi ya hao.
Okay. Can I just find out, Mr. Van Bergen, how far are you going to go with this? Because I don't expect you to read everything.
My lady, I can skip. I think the trend has been shown.
Yes, I think you have done that. Whatever you wanted to do, I don't know, and then you can leave that for argument. But at least you have shown what you wanted to do, unless if maybe you still have other things. But maybe we should let it go up to here.
As your ladyship pleases, there are certain specific entries which are important, my lady, that I will refer.
Yes, maybe let's go straight to them so that we can save time.
The examinations.
Yes.
Mrs. Mulefe, if you look at the second last date on that page, it's 27 April 2016.
Is it April?
My lady, sorry,
27. It should be. I think it's the second month.
Yes, it's 27 February. I was at the wrong note.
Date of February 22nd. Yeah.
27 February 2016, 1430.
7/11. February 2016.
1430.
2:30. Okay.
Care user visited by her mother and brother.
Wena le abuti wa gagwe le moetetsi.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Interaction was very good.
Ba go re henne le boledisana le go le gontle.
Le Sophia.
Is it with Sophia?
Yes.
Yes, you are visiting her, isn't it?
Let Sophie.
Eh.
Yes.
Then if you look at the next entry, that is 25 March 2016.
25 March 2016.
My lady, may I object?
Yes, you can. Let me hear you.
My lady, we went through certain entries, as my colleague indicated, relating to the positive interaction the witness had with Life Esidimeni, where she indicated she did not have in a evidence examination in chief. It's my respectful submission these entries does not show or will assist the court in come to the finding pertaining to the inquest, because the evidence are that she was discharged from Life Esidimeni and she was sent home. And at the house, she deteriorated and took medication. So I do not see the relevance for further proceeding with this line of questioning by my colleague.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Why this evidence is important, my lady, is that it relates directly to the present witness's knowledge of the discharge and the reason why.
I've noted you, Mr. Martin.
And the reason why the discharge was effected. So it is directly relevant to evidence that she has given and to the reasons for the discharge, my lady.
Mr. Martin, and I see there is Mr. Sibara.
My lady, I apologize. I don't know why my hand was up.
Okay.
I wasn't intending to intervene. It may still have been up from an earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Interjection.
Mr. Sibara, can I hear you?
This is the court, my lady. I sincerely agree that the line of cross-examination by my senior SC, it goes to the heart of the reasons of the discharge. He's simply going through the notes, then I'm quite certain that he's building towards the reasons of the discharge of the deceased, my lady. The questions are relevant.
Okay, Ms. Marriott, do you still persist with your objection?
Yes, my lady. There's nowhere in that entry any reasons provided pertaining to the discharge. It's pertaining to a visit of the mother. So I'm going to persist with my objection.
Okay. Yes, having had this objection, I understood the line of cross-examining of this witness, that what Mr. Van Bergen was trying to do, this was based on the witness earlier evidence regarding the fact that she was not happy about the treatment that the daughter received at other facilities other than what she referred to as Vetpoort. There was a specific question when I allowed this line of cross-examination where Mr. Van Bergen wanted to know whether she was satisfied with the treatment that the deceased was receiving at Vetpoort and Randfontein, Esidimeni. So that was the reason why he continued with that. He continued with this line of cross-examination. Further to that, one should also not lose sight of the fact that, according to the witness, she only knows about Vetpoort. She doesn't know about these other places. So I'm going to allow the questions, but I'm going to ask Mr. Van Bergen not to read everything, because whatever he wanted to prove, I think so far he has reached his goal. He must just take this for argument, or unless if he has got a few references that he wants to make, then from there we lay the matter to rest. Mr. Van Bergen, I see Mr. Sibara's hand is still up. I don't know whether he forgot. I've already made my
lady, sorry, I've forgotten. Sorry, my apology.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
I'm going to allow you now, but as I've indicated, I think you have made your point. I'm also looking at the time because the court gave you an opportunity now. And it looks like the trend is the same. If you can just wrap up and leave the point so that you can move to other points.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes,
Mrs. Malefi, my lady, I can't recall now whether the witness replied to the reference to the visits on 27 February and
Yes,
25
just a
March.
second. Let me just go to that. Yes, I remember that she responded. You asked her about the fact that on this date, no, you were on the entry of the 25th of March. If you
Yes.
can deal with that, because I think she had responded to the notes made on the 27th of February. So you were on this one of the 25th of March. If you
As
can
it-
just conclude that one.
Thank you. Mrs. Malefi,
Okay.
on 25 March, you again visited your daughter and the relationship was again good, not so?
O tetse morwadi wa gago ka di 25 tsa March ka nako ya 14:30 2:30. And then kutsanana ba rona ne ntse bo ntse sentle. Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Then, my lady, I'm sorry, I must just.
We were on this page 6670.
Yes,
We've dealt with this and up until 667. Yeah, 6672.
Yes, my lady, I must just find the next point.
We dealt with the issue of the leave of absence.
Yes, my lady, I made a note and it seems I got the wrong page reference. If your ladyship will just bear with me for a moment.
It's now 10 to 1. If
My
we
lady,
is that a problem if we can adjourn now and resume at 10 to 2?
we can, that is a good suggestion, my lady, with your ladyship's leave.
Where is the witness? Mrs. Interpreter, you know, I must just write your surname down now because I keep on asking your surname. What is your surname again?
M-E.
Come again?
M for mama, E for apple, T for Thomas, E for apple, B for baby, E for apple.
Just tell me again, ma.
Me, te, be. Me.
Me,
te, be.
Me, te,
be. Yes, my lady.
You can just warn the witness that we are taking the lunch adjournment. She need not discuss evidence with anybody else.
Ra phone na botsa ho ja re go funa mo a gona ope ka phone o re yang o tlo bua le ena ba ba pile bopaki ke tlo fa ro share ska tlisa kana le.
The court will resume at 10 to 2. Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Can she take off her mask? Yes, you are reminded that you are still under oath, Mrs. Molefe. Yes. Okay, you may proceed, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I may perhaps just mention there are just 4 references in these records that I still wish to refer to, and then I will briefly refer to the Leratong records. So I won't be much longer.
Okay.
Reference.
Continue.
Mrs. Molefe, would you please go to page 6668 again?
668. Okay.
Are you there?
Yes, we are there.
Thank you. I wish to refer to the 3rd entry with the date 27 April 2016.
27 April 2016.
Which
27 for 16, 15, 15.
which indicates that you again visited your daughter on that day.
Yeah, once our girls are waiting how?
And then the entry says, she, that's referring to you, ask discharge for user.
But awena, but umukopela hor ake discharge. Kopela ngwana how discharge.
Just according to what is written here, Mrs. Interpreter, Ms. Martin, care user visited by her mother. Interpersonal relationship was good, brought some goodies. She asked for user. She asked discharge for user.
Maybe they go spec like at 27, Zakudia Bune, 2016, Daily Corpus 3, no Hulumunati, no mate to go home. If you let no mate to the Munamone, everyone I may. Remember, if a couple and one hour at discharge you. Where was this?
This was at the same facility, Mrs. Molefe. But the question is not where it was. The question is, do you dispute that you asked for your daughter to be discharged on 27?
Discharge
2016.
2016. No, I deny this. I know nothing about this.
Yes. Well, let's go to page 6662.
6662.
I think we were on this page, okay? I hope it's not going to be a repetition. Okay, continue, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you. Mrs. Molefe, I'm referring to the 3rd entry on that page, 29 April 2016.
29 April 2016.
Okay.
And it is a note by the staff of facility. Family requests her for discharge.
Mo gongwe tse gore ba lesika ba kopa gore molwetse a discharge a lokollo a kare bona 29 tsa kgwedi ya bone ke staff mo sengwe family request her for discharge. Family e mo ba lesika ba mo kopela gore a lokollo. No.
Mrs. Molefe, can you think of any reason why there would be 2 separate entries confirming that you had requested your daughter to be discharged?
O ka tlhalosa gore goreng go na le mo go ngwetsweng ha bedi gore le ikopetse gore molwetse a lokollo a discharge. I don't know how to answer this.
Well, The answer is, Mrs. Molefe, you asked for your daughter to be discharged. You were under no compulsion to have had her discharged.
When we could put on Hormuluzo, I look at this searchy way. Nakaska, I look on the host, not Sarahanyo. I don't know about this.
Will you,
Mr. Van Bergen?
yes, my lady. I beg your ladyship's pardon.
No, continue.
Thank you. Mrs. Molefe, would you please go back to page 668?
668. We are there?
The second last entry.
Entry Abu Baby class, second last entry.
The date is not clear because there's a hole punched through it, but I suspect it is 29 April 2016.
Yes, let's say it's not legible.
And it reads, Dr. Sebei, done discharge form as requested by family.
And Dr. Sebei, Ngaga Sebei, Abalor Osets Alugiste discharge form. I don't know the doctor, even his name is unknown to me.
Yes, but the request was from the family that your daughter be discharged, and the request was specifically from you.
And No.
Will you please go to page 37382?
37382. We are there?
This is an annexure to your affidavit exhibit K1.
Exhibit ena ke bopaki bo dirileng ko wena mo annex e ke engwe di document tsa rona tokomane tsa rona.
And you will see
Which exhibit is that?
It's exhibit K1, my lady.
Exhibit
K1.
K1.
It starts on page 37372, the affidavit itself, my lady.
37372.
But you don't have to go there.
That's fine. Okay.
Mrs. Molefe,
Ma'am Molefe,
do you know what this document is?
No, I don't know it.
It is a document that you annexed to your affidavit.
Is it at Vetburg Care Center?
No, this is the discharge report that was given to you when your daughter was discharged on 12 May 2016.
Report the Emorada at discharge 12th May 2016.
It is a discharge form that was given to her when her daughter was discharged on the 12th of May 2016. Ms. Matebe?
Discharge form. E tswang go sepetlele go care center eo ke nne morwadi ya hao a discharge ka di 12 tsa May 2016.
Given to her. It's a report given to her.
Mema Molefe. Wa go inetsa. Is this the one with her photo? Is it this one?
Yes.
Correct. Correct.
And you will see in the middle of that document under the heading comments.
Comment this file.
There is an entry that says user was admitted with psychosis and mood disorder secondary to HIV.
physical disorder. Ana le tlhakatlhakano ya tlhaloganyo ebile a le moodi. Moodi bo ba gagwe ne bo cause HIV.
Do you see that? And
I see.
Psychosis and mood disorder. I don't know this to HIV. I don't know whether it's 2 degrees to HIV. I don't know.
That's an abbreviation for secondary.
Oh, secondary, yes. Okay.
Secondary. Oh, yeah. Legato la bobedi.
User was admitted with psychosis and mood disorder secondary to HIV.
Molwetse wa o tsere ko bookelong mabapi le bolwetse ba tlhaloganyo le go nna mood go nna bosilo e le motho a leng bosilo go ya ka mabaka a legato la bobedi la HIV. Correct?
And below that, it sets out the medication that she was on. 5 different medications. Do you see that?
Oh, wait, let's just go up. Oh, the medications, ba re gona le metlhano ya teng. Dipilisi di or ditlhare tse melemo ne ba menation a shimo ba re ke metlhano. There se tso e re maina teng.
You can just read them 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 5. There's no need for you to read them into the record because we
Yes, my lady, I didn't think it would be necessary to do so.
Yes, because we don't need But what counsel is saying that whatever has been prescribed or written here under comments, this is medication which consists of 5 sets of medication or different medication.
Counsel a fetsang go tsebela mo tlase ga comment tshwaelo ya ga wa re bontsha gore go na le melemo e metlhano e fapaneng e ba mo inetseng. Is it her prescription that was prescribed to her?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Would you please turn to page 6733?
133.
Mrs. Mulefe, and I now want to deal with events at Leratong Hospital. On page 6733, would you just confirm that your daughter was admitted to the Leratong Hospital?
Page 6733. Wa dumela gore morwadi ya hao o na admitile ko Leratong Hospital. Yes. Yes.
On 26 August 2016.
26 August 2016. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And you testified in front of the former Deputy Chief Justice, Mr. Justice Moseneke,
Chief Justice Moseneke,
that you had been very happy with the treatment at Leratong Hospital.
Judge Moseneke o le no kgotsofaletse treatment ya ngwana go Leratong. Yes. Yes.
It is correct, is it not, that your daughter in fact recovered at Leratong to the extent that she was noted to be awake and alert?
I can need ngwana ha go Leratong na phapame e bile sengwe le sengwe se se diragala a kgona se bona gore a le alert ntho go lengwe a kgona go e bona go e dira. ICU after being discharged from the ICU.
That's correct.
Yes. Yes.
If one goes to page 6691.
6691. 6691.
What page again?
6691, my lady.
6691.
As your ladyship pleases.
Find it? We're on it.
Thank you. At the bottom of the page, there is an entry 11 September 2016, 1430.
11 September 2016, 2:30.
And that notes current
11:52, not 2:30, 11:52.
No, my lady, 1430. 11 September 2016, 1400.
2:30, okay, the one at the bottom, okay. All right, I was not on, thank you. Yes, continue.
And this shows that your daughter was fully awake. You'll see that it is written awake stroke alert.
That's correct.
If you go to the next page, Mrs. Mulefe, 6692.
6692.
Yes.
And I'm sorry to have to deal with this, Mrs. Mulefe. I know it is a sensitive issue. Here is entry on 12 September 2016 at 3:15 in the morning.
The 12th September 2016. Nearly 3:15.
And this was when it was found that your daughter had passed away. And I'm sorry to deal with this.
Witness's emotion.
My lady, may we adjourn for a couple
Yes,
of
can
minutes?
can we just take a break for a few minutes?
As your ladyship pleases.
As the court pleases.
We have now reconvened. Yes, thank you, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. And Mrs. Molefe, I am sure that you must be wondering what happened between 1430 on 11 September and 3:15 in the morning of 12 September that caused the change in your daughter's condition.
14:30 go fitlha ka 3:15 ya matsi ka di 12 September ka bo go diragetse eng? Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Molefe, in order to assist you in understanding what happened, would you please go to 6637?
Gore go thuse gore o kgone go tlhaloganya le utlwisisa gore go diragetse eng. Re tla go
3637.
37. 637. Yeah.
This is a report by a Dr. B.F. Kumalo.
Ke report ya ga Dr. B.F. Kumalo,
the head of the Department of Internal Medicine at
gore
Leratonga.
ke ngaka ya ka mogare e ya ditlhare tsa ka mogare.
I'm not going to take you through the whole document, but if you go to if you go to page 6638, that's the next page. You will see under the first paragraph there are a number of bullet points.
Yes. Yes, sorry.
And the first one says patient developed stridor, that is difficulty in breathing, on 9 September 2016.
9th of September 2016.
It was discussed with the ear, nose and throat doctor.
Ear, nose and throat
but not subsequently received by the ear, nose and throat unit on 12 September 2016.
Subsequently received one, but not. The results unity A
so
unit A 12th September 2016.
Mrs. Molefe, with the problem that your daughter had with breathing, they wanted to have Can you allow me to finish the question?
Can I ask you, Ms. Matewe, just to allow the council to finish talking, and then you will then be able to interpret that to the witness, please.
Right, my lady.
What I said was that with the breathing difficulty, the intention was for an ear, nose and throat surgeon to treat her.
Nana le bothata ba chemo. Bianong ngaka unit ya ditsebe nko le mometso le ba batla go ile mo treat.
If you look at the second bullet point.
Pardon?
If you second look, bullet point.
Bullet point. It reads consultant assessed patient as ICU candidate. So what this means, Mrs. Molefe, is that it was recognized that your daughter should be taken back to the intensive care unit.
ICU unit. ICU.
This was not followed up by the ward doctors.
Dingaka tsa mo teng eng ga nke ba etsa taba gore ba isadise morago. Ba lebelesise.
What this means, Mrs. Mulefe, is the doctors in the ward where your daughter was didn't call the ICU to come and assist and to
Gore
transfer.
dingaka tsa mo teng eo morwadi ya rona a neng a le mo yona. Ga nke ba bitsa ICU unit gore e tlo fana ka thuso ya potlako.
The next bullet point
E ya boraro.
says patient was reviewed 11 September 2016 at 14:30.
Ba mo lekotse ka di 11th of September ka 2:30.
Stridor was noted, that is, the difficulty in breathing was noted.
Hat ba le temogo ya gore o na le matsapa a chemo.
But your daughter's oxygen saturation, the amount of oxygen that she was getting, was not recorded.
Ene mo ga ke ba ngwala ba re gore rodi ha ona kry oxygen e kana kang.
The note about the ear, nose and throat surgeon and that your daughter was an ICU candidate was on the same page, but was not considered by the doctors.
Interpreter.
My lady.
Come again.
I have EMT.
Are you experiencing problems? I hear there is a funny sound. Yes, did she interpret?
No, she hasn't yet, my lady. I'll repeat the question. Mrs.
Are you looking at the, before Mr. Van Bergen does that, you must just follow Miss Mitepe. Council has just read this other portion regarding consulted note. Note on some page above was not considered. No further assistance to assess patient was done with senior doctor.
And
Continue, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, lady. So what happened, Mrs. Mulefe, is that it was recognized that your daughter needed to go to the intensive care unit. She was awake and alert, but had breathing difficulties.
ICU ka ntlha na se a phaphame e bile hem a le gore a kgone go bona se se dirang mo go yena mo. Okay.
But she was not taken to the ICU by the doctors in the ward.
Mara hanke dingaka tse ne di le ka mo hoteng e neng banyana a le mo go yone ba mo tseya ba mo isa ko ICU.
And you'll see the last bullet point says specific doctors who looked after the patient specifically addressed and warned.
Specific doctors who looked after the patient specifically addressed. Dingaka tse ne di tlhokometse molwetse moradi ya gago ka nako se le ba itsisiwe e be ba kgalengwa.
What that means, Mrs. Mulefe, is that the hospital took steps against those doctors who failed to take the daughter to the ICU.
Hospital, Baba file kgalemo ya gore ba ka ba tsere molwetse a rona manyana ba mo isa ko ICU.
And that explains why there was the change between 11 September 1430 and the time your daughter passed away on 12 September.
Se se tlhalosa ka di 12 of September 2016 mo hare ha 2:30 le 3 o'clock, I mean 15 past 3 phakela. Ke go diragetse eng ke sone se se tlhalosang seo.
Do you understand, Mrs. Mulefe?
Ba tlhaloganya mme Mamolefe. Okay.
I have no further questions, my lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Bergen. Miss, the group of section 27. Miss Forward.
Good afternoon, my lady.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I can't remember whether you indicated that you will ask questions at the end or now, but are you ready to proceed now?
My lady, I am prepared to proceed now.
Proceed.
Ms. Mulefe, my name is Tabang and I represent Section 27 on behalf of 44 families and the South African Depression and Anxiety Group.
Ke Thabang ke ena a emelang maloko le masika a section 27. Okay.
On
my
behalf
lady,
of, just a second, the interpreter must just interpret everything. On behalf of the 44 families in SADC.
How many families?
44.
44 families. By
And SADC, South African Depression and Anxiety Group.
Ba bana le kgatello ya monagano ba South Africa ba bana le kgatello ya monagano le go tsibogela ke tlhakatlhakano maibi ao. Araba me Mamolefe ra recorda. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. My lady, just before I move to posing a few questions to the witness, just to explain that our questions are only going to be limited to understanding from the witness what various department officials knew after the discharge of Sophia and prior to the death of Sophia.
Okay.
Ba tlo go botsa dipotso ya tse di mmalwa gore ba kgone go utlwisisa go tswa ko mafapheng a rileng go tloga sele Sophia admito a ba tlhokofala. Okay. Okay.
My lady, if we could start at page 23925.
23925. Go simolola mo letlakaleng lo mme Mamolefe.
Yes.
And that, Ms. Molefe, is the testimony before the life Esidimeni arbitration, before Justice Moseneke.
Eke tsamaiso ene e tshwerwe ke Judge Moseneke ka dipoledisano tsa dio tsotlhe tse ne di diragala tse. Okay. Fine.
And if you go down to line 15 at the bottom of the page.
915 go tlase ga page e.
You will see there that Justice Moseneke asked about, after the checkpoint interview, what did Dr. Manamela and Dr. Silebano say? Do you remember that question?
Someone who hopola potso e hesne Judge Moseneke a go botsa gore hesne ditso tsotlhe tse di gasiwa mo checkpoint mo TV go sele go diragala go sele go bua eng ka ga Dr. Manamela and Silebane. What happened? What took place?
Oh, now, sorry, my apologies, my lady. I nearly translated. Asked what?
Judge, just a second. Former Deputy Chief Justice Moseneke asked they as to, after the checkpoint program on TV, what did you say about Dr. Manamela and Dr. Silebano?
Justice Deputy Justice Moseneke e le ena a tshwereng dilo tsotlhe. O sele a go botsa gore go diragetse eng. What happened about?
What
did
did
they
she
say?
say about after the
Dr.
checkpoint?
Manamela can even.
What did she say happened after the checkpoint program on TV? What did Dr. Manamela and Dr. Selebano say?
Morago ga interview e le ya mo checkpoint ne ya mo TV. Dr. Manamela.
What did she say about them? The witness. What did she say about them?
Wena o rileng.
Nna ke tle ka re ba tlile mo nna after go mpona ka Tuesday. After go mpona ka Tuesday be ba tla ka Laboraro.
After they've seen me, after they saw me.
Okay.
My lady, we seem to have lost Miss Powe and yourself. Advocate Powe, I think the judge is gone, eh?
My apologies, colleagues. I also was gone for just a minute.
I am back. I don't know whether the others, but I can see the number is still fine. We can continue.
Yeah, we can see you. Oh, yes, we can see you now. Yeah, it's fine.
You can see me, Mr. Sibara.
Now we can see you. It's fine.
We can see.
I even heard you when you said I was gone.
The
just for the purpose of the record,
my side.
Yes, just for the purpose of the record, when we were failed by the system, the witness was reminded about the proceedings before the former Deputy Chief Justice Moseneke at the arbitration.
Judge Moseneke ke arbitration.
Can we not use the word arbitration for the witness to understand? Even if we say the court before Deputy Chief Justice.
Court Deputy Chief Justice.
Okay.
Okay.
The document that you are being referred to at line 15.
Line 15. Yes,
Judge Moseneke was asking you regarding your evidence there. He was asking you as to what did you say about Dr. Manamela and Dr. Selebano? As to what they did after the checkpoint on television.
Checkpoint television.
Even morago ga go bona TV ba ke boletse re Moseneke ka mra ka re ba tlile go nna ko mosebetsing.
I reported this to Deputy Justice Judge Moseneke that they came to my workplace.
Yes.
Thank you. My question is, you testified earlier that you talked to, let's start with Dr. Selebano first. You talked to Dr. Selebano. And what is not clear to us is what exactly you told Dr. Selebano about Sophia's stay at home.
I got to answer what Dr. Selebano. So Santa umuleletse ing umuretse wa renka go nna Sophia ko lapeng. I don't understand.
The counsel wants to know. She says you have given your evidence today, but from that evidence, it is not clear as to what is it that you told Dr. Selebano pertaining to your daughter Sophia's stay at home after she was discharged.
Wena no re utlwe bopaki ba hao. Mara hara botsisa sentle hore when o bolela Dr. Selebane hore ngwana hao hore a nne ko lapeng ke matsapa ke eng ka wena. Sorry.
If you can tell the court what is it that you told him so that that can be clearer to us.
He o ka re bolella sengwe le sengwe so mmoleletseng sona hore court e ka sheko e kgone go utlwisisa.
Se ke se boleletse mang? Dr.
Selebane.
Selebane.
Whether you called him Mr. Selebane.
Ne ke sa mmolelle. Ne ke o na mpona mo TV.
He saw me on the TV. After seeing me on the TV, he came to me, my workplace. Yes. And he asked me, with what can he help me with?
Because
I told him that he can help me with my child because he's aggressive. I don't know. How was she?
He promised
that he'll
My apologies, my lady. I seem to have lost audio. I'm not sure if I'm the only one.
From the witness
me
side.
too, my lady. I can't hear the witness.
Yes.
It's muted completely.
So the tail.
Can you check them, Miss Marriott and Mr. Late?
My lady, I also lost the audible side of the evidence. I'll see if Advocate Late can rejoin the meeting just to see if the connection has any problems.
Okay, just ensure that he rejoins.
Connect or rejoin the meeting.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you. Yes, Miss Medeve. I think we didn't get the last part. Yes, I think you were interpreting what the witness was saying. So if you can repeat that, if you still remember it.
It was after. I'm not correct. Can the question be asked again?
So we heard from the answer that the witness told Dr. Selebane that she needed help with the child because the child was aggressive, and then audio cut.
I can't hear. It's not audible.
Yes,
The last sentence. The witness says it's correct.
Yes, it's correct.
Can you repeat that, Miss Boy? That was not. Clear enough?
Okay. The witness testified that she informed Dr. Silibano that she needed help with her daughter because the daughter was aggressive.
O boletse Dr. Silibano wena o kopa thuso ka morwadi hao e leng hore o manganga hone o aggressive.
Correct.
Correct?
And Dr. Silibano then undertook to have the child placed.
And then Dr. Silibano a tsaya maikarabelo a hore o tla tsaya morwadi hao a isiwe go lefelo le le rileng.
Correct.
Correct?
Thank you, my lady. Then let's move to Dr. Manamela.
Just a second. There's somebody, before I come to you, Mr. Martin, there's somebody, I think he has joined on the OCJ communications list. If he can just remove himself because he's disturbing the proceedings. I think this happened also in the morning. I don't know whether it's a question of, I don't know. Yes, Mr. Martin, did you raise your hand?
I did, my lady, but I think it's something that I'll leave for when I examine this witness. I was going to take umbrage with the word undertook. It has a specific meaning, and I'm not sure that the witness used the word undertook.
Yes,
but I will
the
deal with
witness
it at a
used
later
the word
stage.
he promised to get a place for her.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Dr. Manamela.
Okay.
Okay.
You testified that Dr. Manamela also visited after the checkpoint interview.
Dr. Manamela le ena se le a go etela morago ga nako le se le ba go botsotsa dipotso mo checkpoint interview.
Correct.
Can you explain also what you told Dr. Silibano regarding Sophia's Dr. Manamela regarding Sophia's stay at home?
O ka re bolelela le wena re ke se se boleletseng Dr. Manamela ka go nna ga Sophia ko lapeng. O tlhaloseditse Dr. Manamela ka taba ya Sophia gore a nne ko lapeng. Ke se mo tlhaloseditseng sone?
Mo tlhaloseditse gore ba mo ntshitse ko Esidimeni.
I told her that they took her out from Esidimeni. Now I'm requesting for a place. She also promised me for a place.
And did you explain to Dr. Manamela about the difficulties of taking care of Sophia at home?
O se lo bolela Dr. Manamela ka matsapa a o nang le ona go lapeng go tlhokomela Sophia.
Correct.
Correct?
Oh, what did you say to her regarding that?
O moretsi wa re mabapi le seo.
Moretsi ka re ha ke kgone go mo tlhokomela because ke dula mo ke bereka.
I told her I cannot take care of her because I'm working.
And then, Ms. Molefe, you also testified, and perhaps let's start with your statement at page 37377.
Page 37377. A re simolole ka mo statementeng sa gago so se rileng.
Oh goodness. My apologies, my lady. The page numbers tend to shift if you download the document. So it's actually page 37375. So 2 pages up.
Yes.
Ms. Molefe, can you please have a look at paragraph 11 and 12 of the statement?
I remove paragraph 11 and 12.
Okay.
Okay.
And can she please read paragraphs 11 and 12?
Can you assist without us hearing you? If you can just mute your mic. and you read this and explain it to her, Miss Matebe?
The page is just
37375.
we went through those paragraphs, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue, Miss Paul.
Thank you, my lady. You state there that the MEC explained that there is transport to take Sophia to an NGO. So the question is, was this ever communicated to your family, and did anyone from the department call or come and take Sophia to an NGO?
Mo statement is ya ka ntse re se bala yana go na le mo go tlaelelang gore MEC witse o tlo re fa transport e tlo letseyang ko lapeng e le isa ko Sophie a leng ko teng le mo tlola ko teng. A mo nakwaneng eo go na le o mo go Department of Health o kileng a tla kgotsa go letsetsa gore go siame re tlo letseya re isa ko Sophie? They never came.
My lady, there's a hand from Raymond
Yes,
Patterson.
I'm getting confused with this. Let me hear.
May I please you, my lady? My lady, I just wanted to correct one.
Who are you?
I confirm my appearance on behalf of the former MEC, Mr. Dani Mahlangu.
I'm seeing you for the first time. I don't even know you.
I did appear before.
Are you the one who Miss
Ms. Govender?
Govender indicated that you'll be standing in for her?
May it please you, my lady, yes.
Yes, but you should have just shown your face now. All right, continue.
Pardon me, my lady. My lady, I just wanted to correct one thing that my learned colleague said. In the statement at paragraph 12, it says that it was explained to us that there was transport available to our family to take us to visit Sophia. in an NGO, not transport to take Sophia to the NGO.
Yes, that's why I'm saying there was something that didn't augur well before you raised the. Yes, can you just rephrase that, Miss Power?
Yes, my lady. Yes, was this offer communicated to the family at all?
Thebolo e ne ba le nnetse yona se le ba le bolella lona le leng ba masika. We know nothing about it.
Continue.
Thank you. My lady, and then I want to move on to paragraph 14.
Paragraph 14.
14, page 37376.
We are there?
Yes.
Mr.
Martin.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I just want to be sure. I'm not sure if that question is entirely fair for the witness. What Mr. Peterson raised is quite interesting.
The
back
one
in paragraph 12.
Relating to paragraph 12.
To paragraph 12, it says, it was explained to us that there was transport available to our family to take us to visit Sophia in an NGO. But we all know as a matter of fact that Sophia was not in an NGO, she was at home.
Yes, in fact.
The statement is, it's just wrong.
If I may, in the video, the MEC claims that according to what her team has told her, it was explained to us that there was transport available to our family to take us to visit Sophia in an NGO. Ms. Powe, what is the evidence on record? The evidence on record doesn't say she was ever in an NGO, isn't it?
Yes, my lady. Perhaps there's
this relates to a visit.
Yes, my lady. Perhaps it's important for us in order to understand this paragraph. Further on in the paragraph, she notes that the reasons for not preferring to take Sophia to a home in Pretoria was that she couldn't get a hold of the NGO and that it was far from home.
So it means, I think, Mr. Martin, the same problems that I had, you need to deal with this paragraph so that with the witness, so that it can become clear. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, my lady. Perhaps then let's
go back. If before maybe I jumped the gun, Mr. Martin, is there anything that you want to say with regard to this before Ms. Powe deals with the paragraph?
Not necessarily. I just think that maybe that this is a holdover from another statement, or there's something wrong with there's something that's unexplained. Because conceivably what the MEC could have done is she could have said to the public at large, we've made provision for people to visit their relatives in NGOs. And that would be a statement that's specific to people who have relatives in NGOs, but it would not have included Sophia, and it would not have included this witness. So it may be a general statement that's just not making sense. And my concern is that it might confuse this witness.
Yes. I don't know how she's going to deal with it, but we know for a fact that the evidence on record is that she was never at an NGO.
Yes,
let's give her the opportunity to deal with it in relation to the issue of taking Sophia home, as explained in the paragraph. Just read it in context and then you can ask questions, Ms. Paul. Before you deal with paragraph 14.
Yes, my lady. But perhaps before I do so, let's first go to paragraph 11. And at paragraph 11, the witness says, part 3 of the documentary includes a response from the MEC Katani Mahlangu. The MEC discusses Sophia and our situation. Her response can be seen at minute 7:45 at part 3, which can be viewed at this address. And so, my lady, I think perhaps maybe it's to ask the witness if she recalls this part 3 first as a starting point.
Just deal with it as you deem fit. It's fine.
Ms. Molefe, At paragraph 11, you talk about the part 3 of the checkpoint, and you say there that the MEC discusses Sophia and our situation. Do you recall that?
Mo part 3 one ke paragraph 11 mo ke ntlha ya boraro a kere ne le part 3 ya
Checkpoint.
ne le part 3 ya checkpoint ne e go bolelang ho includes a response e leng gore me qetane MEC qetane Mahlangu na rabela mo MEC o boletse gore
Just a second, Miss Interpreter, just a second. On this page, at paragraph 11, you mentioned that on part 3 of the documentary, that is the checkpoint that you are talking about, there is a reference, this part 3 includes a response from the MEC, Ms. Ketkani Mahlangu.
More paragraph in part 3. Yeah.
You are saying this is a Sophia, it's Mrs. Molefe's statement.
This statement of Molefe's.
Yes.
What more? What did I say? Oh, really?
Yes, you are saying there is a document that you are referring to, which is from Checkpoint, part 3 of that document. On that part 3, there is a response from the MEC, Ms. Ketani Mahlangu.
Mo checkpoint, part 3 ya checkpoint. Ho na le mo MEC Ketani Mahlangu a neng a arabela mo teng. Re ba mo tsolotse dipotso ene karabo ya response ya go boikarabelo ba hae bo nnile mo part 3 eo ya checkpoint.
She discusses Sophia, your daughter, and your situation at home while she was there.
Na mo part 3 e ya rona e ya mo checkpoint na raba ka mokgo Sophia a leng ka teng le gore ko lapeng botshelo bo ntse yang.
Okay. Do you remember that?
Someone who should be wanting clarity. Was it Ketani Mahlangu?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I can't remember talking to MEC Ketani Mahlangu.
Mrs. Molefe, can you please listen attentively? And I'm going to ask the interpreter to listen to what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay.
Can she also listen attentively together with yourself? I'm saying in this statement that she has made, she talked about part 3 of the documentary, which we refer to as a, you call it a what? Checkpoint.
More part. Statement.
This is a statement at paragraph 11. She refers to part 3 of checkpoint.
When I'm statement is how I should like a part 3 statement is say. This statement is just like we do 11, 9, 10, 11. Eke paragraph ya 11.
So
correct.
You mentioned that at on part 3 of that documentary, right? There is a response that the MEC, Mrs. Ketani Mahlangu, makes in relation to Sophia and the situation, your situation at home that you faced at the time. She's not talking to you. She's talking there in the at checkpoint.
Mo ha bolele le wena me Ketani Mahlangu o bolella ba checkpoint hore MEC discusses Sophie and o bolela ka Sophie le maemo a ko lapeng
at the time she was discharged.
Yes, that's correct. I saw her on the TV.
Yes. What do you understand that? Do you remember that?
Or somebody will hopula taba mema Molefe. I still remember it.
You can take it from them, ma'am.
Thank you, my lady. And do you remember what the MEC said about your situation?
Wa hopola for MEC o boletse eng ka maemo a hao? I can't remember.
You have
My
just
lady-
told us that you remember what she said on checkpoint.
Wa re wa o fetsa re botsa hone wa hopola se neng a se bua mo checkpoint.
Ke gopola fela ga nna a bua ka ga Sophia mara ka ga nna ga ke gopole.
I
Okay,
can
what did
remember
she
what she said about Sophia, but not about my situation. I cannot remember that.
And what did she say about Sophia?
O rileng ka ga Sophia?
Ke gopola ga a re a bua gore a re mo wena ga itse gore se se tswile yang ko Sedibeng.
I remember when she said she does not know or remember how did Sophia leave or discharge from Esidimeni.
Is that it? Is that all she remembers?
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. I'll just move on to paragraph 14.
Yes.
Paragraph 14.
Just before you move, don't you remember anything that she said regarding your situation at home?
How
At the time you were taking care of Sophia after her discharge.
I can't remember.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, my lady. At paragraph 14, Ms. Molefe, you talk about more department officials visiting. Can you see?
More paragraph 14 o bolela ka badiredi puso ba bantsi ba nentse ba etela ko lapeng.
Okay.
And here you say you don't recall their names.
Mo wa ra o gopole maina a bona.
Yes.
Yes.
My lady, I'd like to refer the witness to page 23925 to continue this point.
23925.
925, yes. 23925. And that is the testimony before the life Esidimeni proceedings, arbitration proceedings court.
Baki ba gago o neelwaneng ka bona ka nako enne ka dithetso tsa life Esidimeni.
Okay.
That is the testimony before Judge Moseneke.
Ke bopaki bo bo netse mo pele ga Judge Moatlhodi Moseneke.
Okay.
Okay.
At line 10, 11, 12. At line 12, you say that at the funeral, Salome, Mama Sonto, and Frida. Salome comes from mental health, attended the funeral.
Mo o boletse gore o bone batho ba latelang ba bane ba thendile phitlho. Salome, Mama Sonto, Frida. Salome came from mental health. Salome o tla ko lefapheng la ba tlhaloganyo ba ba lwanang tlhaloganyo.
Correct.
Correct?
Are those the same officials that came to visit you that you mentioned at paragraph 14?
Ba ke bona batho ba neng ba go etetse mo paragraph 14 e o e tlhagisitseng. They attended the funeral.
So they are not the officials that came after the checkpoint interview, the three ladies you mentioned at paragraph 14.
Ase bomme ba ba tlile morago ga checkpoint e sene e gasiwa. Bomme ba le mo paragraph 14.
Bana ba tlile funeral e ne le bo bana ba di-3.
Those who attended the funeral was this 3 ladies.
Okay. Thank you. My lady, those are all the questions that we have for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Who's going to follow Ms. Munjerel? Do you have questions to the witness?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I have no questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you. Miss Foster, where are you? Is she there? Miss Foster, did she say she was not going to be present this week? Evidence leaders, if you can remind me. I remember she said she was only available from the 28th. Am I
My lady, I recall something like that. But
somebody standing in for her. But in any event, this witness, it's not one of the 4 that she represents, isn't it?
No, my lady.
Okay. Is there anybody standing in for Miss Foster? I'm going to proceed. There is no response. And I take it that she wouldn't have questions to this witness. Mr. Sibara, I don't know whether you are ready to proceed.
Afternoon, my lady.
Afternoon, Mr. Sibara.
We don't have questions for this witness.
You don't have questions?
Yes, my lady.
Mr. Hutamo?
As the court pleases, my lady, we have no questions to the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Seboko? Seboko?
As the court pleases, my lady, I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Ramaimela and Ms. Mahlapi's team?
As it pleases the court, my lady, we have no questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Koka?
Good afternoon, my lady. We also have no questions for the witness. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Maite?
May it please you, my lady, I too have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Shabangu?
As a court, please, my lady, I have no questions for this witness.
Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady. May it please the court, my lady. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
But I can't see you. Questions for the witness, my lady.
Okay.
I'm trying to connect on my phone. I've been having challenges with my computer, my lady.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Manamela, are you there? Mr. Manamela, is there anybody standing in for him? It means he's not present. Silence. I'm going to pass. Mr. Profi?
May it please the court. My lady, I have no questions for this witness.
If I didn't call you, please remind me. Then, Mr. Pitlela?
My lady, we do not have any questions for this witness.
Thank you. Did I cover all of you? Who did I leave behind?
Mr. Wesselo, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wesselo?
My lady, I have no further questions for this witness.
Further?
I have no questions for this witness, my lady. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Pichela, just before we conclude this, I just want to find out how far is the issue of legal representation of the other remaining representatives of those NGOs. I think it's is it Dr. Sikukuni and who? Am I correct?
Yes, I did. One of them did get in touch with me sometime last week.
Yes.
I gave them the number for Mr. Mshasha to speak to him.
Can
Just
I
that I
request
haven't had
you?
the opportunity to follow up.
I'm going to request you if you can just check as to what is happening, and then you yourself, please speak to Mr. Mshasha so that he can
I'll
know
do
as
that,
to how far are we, because this thing of sending them alone, it doesn't help at all.
Okay, I'll check as soon as we adjourn.
Okay, thank you very much. I think last week I requested that you assist because we don't know the pace, what is happening. I don't want us to just wait and think that they are doing the right thing. Where are they? Is Anna is Miss Dorothy, and who is the other person? I can't remember the second name. Miss Dr. Sikukuni. Is she not there? I can't remember the second name. Can the evidence leaders assist me while I check my notes? I think it was Miss Malitati Mohoja, something like that. Am I correct?
Yes, I believe so, my lady.
Were these the only ones, the two left? Where is Mr. Lead?
Ms. Mohoja did get in touch with me about that.
She's the one who.
She's the one to
And I
whom I
just
gave
want
the
to
number,
find
yes.
out where are they now? If they can tell us as to how far are they with the arrangements. It doesn't look like they are following the proceedings. Mr. Late, are you there?
I am here, my lady.
Did you hear anything from Dr. Sikukuni and Mr. Mokojo?
Nothing, my lady. I just received a WhatsApp from Dr. Sikukune requesting me the contact particulars of Mr. Pichlela, which I did provide her.
And when was that?
That was on Friday. When we discussed their position the last time, I think it was on Thursday. Or Wednesday, yes. It was Wednesday last week. When we discussed their problems, and that same day she requested the particulars of Mr. Pichlela, which I did provide her.
This is for, is it for the representatives of Mosero and Takalani, am I correct?
That's correct, my lady.
Mr. Pichlela, can you please take up the matter with them, please, and try to liaise with Mr. Mshasha?
I will follow it up, my lady.
Yes, I'm getting worried because we spoke about this thing last week. Now we are where we are today and we don't know how far they are. Okay.
Please.
Where are we? Who's now going to cross-examine the witness? Are we done with the witness?
My lady, I believe it's just me and the MEC's team that held over until the end.
Come again? Oh, yes. You said it's yourself and the MEC's team.
Yes. So as far as I understand, it's just the two of us. I'm not sure if there's anybody else who still wants to go.
Yes. I don't know. Do you want to start, or what is going to happen? Do we find out from Mr. Peterson if she is ready to ask questions to the witness? Mr. Peterson? Yes.
I only have 2 questions for the witness, and I think Mr. Martin can go before, my lady. Just in case something does crop up. May please.
Lady, I'm happy to go first. I only have a few very short questions for the witness. Mr. van Bergen covered the vast majority of what I would have hoped to have covered.
Okay.
Please.
Just a second, Miss Interpreter. You can just step aside. I will explain to you. We will call you once we are done. I just want to hear what Mr. Martin would like to say, which questions, and yes. Can we deal with that?
Thank you. Thank you, my lady.
I'm just waiting the interpreter to be interpreting everything, Continue.
Yes. There are only two issues that I wish to deal with. The first just relates to the circumstances of the discharge, and there are just a few short questions that I would want to ask based on what Mr. van Bergen referred the witness to in the clinical notes.
Yes.
And they are questions that I can ask irrespective of whether or not Mr. van Bergen and the witness are at odds with each other as to whether or not the clinical notes are correct. So I can deal with those quite quickly. And it relates specifically to what the witness says in paragraph 7 and 8 of her statement, where she effectively says that she was forced to remove her child from life Esidimeni, or her child was effectively pushed out of life Esidimeni.
Okay.
So that's just the one issue, and I can deal with that fairly quickly. And then the other issue relates to what is stated in her statement and what she said in her evidence about what she said to Mr. or Dr. Celebano when they met at the Zola clinic. And I can ask her a few fairly short questions there as well.
Okay, you may proceed.
As it pleases your issue.
Miss Metebe?
My lady?
Yes, just listen to the questions and then you will interpret to the witness. Continue.
As it pleases. Thank you, Mrs. Molefe. My name is Henry Martin. I represent Dr. Barney Celebano.
Dr. Celebani. Okay.
Yeah, Mrs. Molefe, can I ask you to go to page 37374 of case lines?
Page 37374. Okay.
And specifically paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7.
I'm going to read the second sentence in that paragraph for you, and then it can just be interpreted for you. She said Sophia was better, that she could even get a job. I told her that Sophia...
I'm going to request you, Miss Mutebe.
All right, I was supposed to see that paragraph. All right.
Miss Mutebe.
Paragraph 7. My lady?
Just listen, and then if it's something that is written there, you can just read and then explain it. Just check where counsel starts and where he finishes.
Okay. Thanks, my lady.
All right. Because it's something that is in the statement, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you can direct them, which line of the paragraph?
It's
Okay,
line
I can
4, but I
see
think
it,
let me start from the beginning for proper context. I typically visited Sophia every month. I went to visit her in April and saw signs announcing the closing of Life Esidimeni. A person working there greeted me and said that I must take Sophia home with me because Sophia was well enough to live at home with our family. She said Sophia was better, that she could even get a job. I told her that Sophia needs a lot of help. I know my daughter and know that she was not well enough to come home. She insisted that we must collect her and take her home.
Remember, this is her statement. It comes from her statement.
Okay. Sophia wa ya ka April o ile mo etela ka bona matshwao a neng a ngwetse gore Life Esidimeni ya tswella. Okay. Motho o neng a dira mo a tla go dumedisa a go bolela gore sonke o tse Sophia o tsamaye le ena ka ntlha ya gore Sophia o siame gore a ka itlhokomela le ena. I mean, a ka to take enough to live. For Sophia, o ka nna tsa Sophia, a ka nna tlhokomela ko lapeng ke masika. She said Sophia was Sophia o botoka gore ebile ka kgona le go kry-a mmereko, a ka kgona go kry-a tiro. wa mmolelela gore Sophia o batla tlhokomelo e ntsi o nyaka thuso e ntsi o itse morwadi ya gago wa itse wa mmona wa itse gore ebile na sa siama na se botoka ka go bolela na se botoka go go lekaneng gore a ka tla lapeng.
Mrs. Molefe, do you confirm that paragraph?
Just a second, the last part, Mrs. Mitebe.
Still on the last sentence of this paragraph.
Yes.
Gapeletsa gore le tse Sophia le tle le tlo tsa dio tsa hae le mo ise hae gore le tsamaile na le ena hae.
Ke mang o gapeleditseng?
Yes, just listen. Just listen. These are the things that you wrote. Just listen. She's just reading your statement, ne?
Nna o balla fela statement sa hao. Ke mateng a statement sa hao se neng o se ngwadisa.
Nna ke be ke gapeletsa gore ke motse.
No, she insisted that we must collect her and take her home. Motho o a kena nna re motse gapeletsa motseng le thuto ya hae le le nako lapeng. Yes.
Okay. You may proceed. Now you're going to be asked questions. You may proceed, Mr. Matt.
Thank you,
paragraph.
Okay.
Mrs. Molefe, could you please turn to page 600 or 6662, 662 of case lines?
Mr. Lecture, 6,000?
6662. 662.
662.
The
662.
662. Can you just tell me when you get there?
We got it.
Right.
Just to
the third entry.
More soon. More homework. Yeah, thanks. Up. Third entry. Page 1.
The third entry, which is dated the 29th of April 2016. Do you see that one?
29 August.
April.
29 April.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, what are one? Yes, we are there.
Right. Mr. van Bergen has already referred Mrs. Molefe to this. And I just want to repeat what's stated here.
Van Bergen, money.
Yes.
What it states here is the staff make a notation that the family has requested Sophia for discharge. Right now, we know that the witness has already said she disputes that.
Ballistic. Staff say, are ballistic about Kupile Sophie or a discharge him. Raiser or Hannes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. It makes 4 further notes. It also says underneath there that the patient is calm and cooperative. Speech is normal.
Sophie o calm, or we tovile, Kimutanzin Single, and you told him when they didn't simply normal. Araba, quite to me at all, Araba.
And it says mood. Yes, sorry.
Was it me saying this?
No.
No, this is a notation on the clinical notes.
You can note and give us stuff for me, Ma'am. Okay. Okay.
Right. So it says she's calm and cooperative. It says her speech is normal.
I can see this mood is
calm and cooperative. Speech is normal, and then mood. I don't know what that word is. Unfortunately, it's very poorly.
I can see that. Yes.
My lady, if I may assist, it is euthymic.
Euthymic.
Euthymic. EUTHYMIC.
In layman's term, can I be helped?
That means that her mood was normal.
Euthymic. That means
that her mood was
standard to mean stable.
Stable.
90 sentle le mood wa hae ne le hore o ntse sentle gore na siame. For me, when she was discharged, she was not right.
Okay.
Okay, but this notes relate to the date of the 29th of April 2016. Just listen to what counsel is going to say.
Okay.
In relation to the date of the 29th of April 2016.
Mabapi le 29 April 2016. Ngwana staff mo cancela re botsa dipotso ka mateng a ngwetsweng afa.
Okay.
Okay.
It also says there, and if I read this correctly, it says that she was apsychotic. And Mr. Van Bergen can correct me if I've misunderstood that there. But that would mean not psychotic or not showing psychotic traits at that point.
Gore he re tla mo ntlheng eo ne le motho o ntseng sentle mo tlhaloganyong ya hae ka mokgwa ba mo tlhatlhobileng ka teng gore na psychotic. Okay.
You were also referred to pages 6668 and 6669.
6668 and 6689.
What is the next page?
6668.
Yes, and
6669.
Okay.
And I'm not going to retread this. I'm just going to make a point that there were other notations here that the family had requested the patient's discharge.
Okay.
Are ha ilo touta mo nyaka re bontsha dintlha tse dintsi mo lesika le neng le re molwetse a discharge. Okay.
Yes, continue.
Okay.
Mrs. Molefe, from the perspective of the Department of Health, there would be no better knowledge than what they could glean from these notes. Can you agree with that?
Gore go tswa mo di mengwaleng yotlhe eo batho ba ka re tlhalosetsang tsotlhe tse le gore di a utlwisisa ke ba Department of Health. Okay.
And according to these notes, Sophia was calm, cooperative, stable, and was being discharged at the request of her family.
And go ya ka di-notes tsotlhe tsena Sophia na siame go ya ka di-notes tse ebile ke ba lesika ba neng ba mmontla bona re motho o siame o boetse mo mannong a siameng. Ba lesika ke bona ne ba kopa gore a lokollwe. Karabo? I don't know such.
All right. Mrs. Molefe, Sophia was then discharged on the 12th of May. Do you remember that as the date?
Wa hopola Sophia o discharged ka di 12th of May. Ha lo ke date le tlhalo le ngwa le hopola leo. Yes.
And from the statement, I understand that the checkpoint episode aired on the 16th, I believe it was the 16th of August, 2016.
Le ka di checkpoint e hasitse lenaneo le ka di 16th October 2016.
16 August 2016.
16 August 2016.
Mrs. Molefe, do you agree with that date?
Do you disagree? Yes.
Between the 12th of May and the 16th of August, did you approach any hospitals or psychiatric facilities with the difficulties you were having with your daughter?
Between 16 August and?
Between 12 May and 16 August.
Okay, continue.
22 May, go fila ka 16 August 2016. Sophia o na isiwa ko lefelong le leng? No.
How soon after her discharge did you start seeing problems?
The question was, did she approach any hospital or whoever with regard to the problems that she encountered? Was that your question?
That was the question, my lady.
Or even the department.
What's the department? In connection with what?
Her condition at home.
My let's put a condition at lapeng. What's up? I can la kopana lona ko lapeng. That's what fear.
Re kopanya le department.
Lona ngwana ke la fa matsapa ko lapeng. E bile between the date tseo le misitse ko lefelong la tshireletso kgotsa sepetlele kgotsa department.
Ne re misitse ko Zola Clinic.
We took her to Zola Clinic.
Does she recall when this happened?
Nilini. I
can't remember date.
I can't remember the date.
Right. Mrs. Molefe, how did you get in touch with the producers or the journalists at Checkpoint?
Okopani young libera di kanko the journalist, bara di taba ko Checkpoint.
But reading one newspaper.
I got them from the newspaper.
Directly Daily Sun.
I bought Daily Sun.
In your evidence that was led by Mrs. Marriott, you referred to somebody by the name of Taylor. Do you recall who that was?
Hopefully, I'm going to advocate Marriott. I would say the Taylor.
I didn't need to go panel Taylor because directly Daily Sun the phone number Daily Sun.
Yes, it's true because I bought Daily Sun and got their contacts on the newspaper, the Daily Sun. They didn't come on their own. I called them.
Continue, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, milady. Mrs. Molefe, you were referred to a transcript now when Mrs. Pue was questioning you. And I'm going to ask you to go there now. It's page 23926.
Advocate page 23926.
Okay.
926. Now, just to summarize,
this should relate to the proceedings before Justice Musaneke.
Yes, it's the witness's evidence before Justice Musaneke. When Ms. Marriott led your evidence,
mo ke dikgatiso tsa tiragalo e nne e diragala ka go mo pele ha Moatlhodimogolo Moseneke.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
when Ms. Marriott led your evidence, you stated that the day after the Checkpoint documentary aired, Dr. Celebano came to Zola Clinic and he told you that he had seen you on Checkpoint.
War morago gore Checkpoint e gasiwe tsatsi le latelang e be le Dr. Celebano o tla ko mmerekong wa gago wa bolela o bone mo Checkpoint ke sone o se bolelela advocate ya rena mo Marriott.
Correct.
Correct.
And you repeated that again when Ms. Pue questioned you.
We boeleditse bja kgang eo he nne mapo a o botsisa potso tseo. Yes.
Could you please go to line 9? In fact, I think a little bit earlier, line 7 at page 23926. Right, you were referred to this transcript, but you weren't pointed to your actual evidence, and I'm just going to read it for you.
Okay.
Justice Moseneke says the following to you. He says, did the HOD know that you were Sophia's mother?
Judge Moseneke o botsisitse gore HOD nature wena mmago o mme wa Sophia.
The HOD for the purpose of the record.
That would be Dr. Celebano, I'm sure, Milady.
Yes.
And your response was as follows. You say, I did not know how he knew me.
Do that. Let the interpreter interpret this so that it can at least set the tone to the witness. HOD, the HOD was Dr. Celebano.
HOD ke Dr. Celebano. More justice ntate Moseneke wa botsisa gore a HOD ne itse gore wena o mme wa ga Sophia na.
In other words, Dr. Celebano know that you were Sophia's mother.
Ka mantswe a mangwe a Dr. Celebano o na itse gore wena o mme wa Sophia o mama go Sophia.
Yes, and then, just here, counsel will ask you questions. He's just reading the record to you, Mrs. Molefe.
Okay. Na itse gore ke mmaagwe Sophia ka re utlile ko mmereko ko ne ke bereka teng
Yes, he knew that I was Sophia's mom because he came to my workplace.
I'm going to ask you to listen. Please. Counsel is still reading the record. He will ask you questions at the opportune time, isn't it?
Counsel somebody abale di record tsa di one. O tlo botsa dipotso mo nakong e siameng. Kgotsa mo nakong e bakanyeditsweng gore ka go botsa dipotso.
Okay. He's not asking you the question. He's referring you to this transcript to say, Justice Moseneke asked you that question, whether Dr. Selebano knew that you were Sophie's mother. Now he's continue reading.
Actually, moholo na o botsisa fela for kana go ne ka re le go dithetso ntse gore a HOD ne itse gore a Sophie wena mme wa ga Sophie a re utlwele potso la teng.
Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Mrs. Molefe, your response to the question was as follows. You said, I did not know how he knew me, but I think that maybe that after this program, the checkpoint program, maybe he inquired and asked others, and maybe they told him that no, she works at Zola Clinic. Do you see that?
When I'm I get HOD na go botsa dipotso and when na hona kwa le go dithetso ntse o bua raba or ha ke itse gore wa nkitse na or mohlomong ke nagana gore morago ga program e ya checkpoint maybe o botsisitse and as a botsa ba bangwe maybe they told him ba mohlomong ba mmoleletse ka wena gore wena o sebetsa ko Zola Clinic. Correct. Correct.
Mrs. Molefe, that's not the same as your evidence that you've given thus far. You say that Dr. Selebano approached you and said that he saw you on checkpoint, and that on that basis he came to look.
Wena o boletse gore Dr. Selebano o tlile ko wena a go ra a re ke go bone mo checkpoint. Correct. Correct.
Right. Mrs. Molefe, Dr. Selebano's version on that meeting is as follows, and I'm going to read it for you, and you can just comment as I go through it.
A re tlo go balla tsotlhe that Dr. Selebano a di boletseng go meeting o wena o ka nna tsa tshwetso ya go kgotsa o ka nna fetola mo dimo ga seo. Okay.
Dr. Selebano will say that on the day that he met with you, he did not go to the Zola Clinic specifically to meet with you.
Dr. Selebano a re tsatleng a ya ko Zola Clinic na sa e ko Zola Clinic a totobetse gore o nya go kopana le wena. Okay. Okay.
He says that he was at the Zola Clinic that day because he had meetings with management, including the nursing manager.
O ne a ile ko holi a ile bonana le staff sa go management kgotsa nursing manager ba etapele ba manese.
As well as the nursing manager and the pharmacists.
Because I love bona ba diredi ba go ba di nursing manager le ba ditlhare di pharmacist.
I don't know.
At the time that he met with you.
Pardon?
All right. I think her answer was, I don't know. I said, yes, that's fine. Anna. At the time that he met with you, he was at the pharmacy or near the pharmacy. Do you recall that?
Na go a tlokopana le wena na le go chemist kgotsa na le haufi le mo chemist o samba no gopola seo ma
gopola ha fihla go clinic ile re batla mama Sophie.
I remember when he arrived at the clinic, he said he wants to see Sophie's mom.
Right. Mrs. Molefe, obviously you differ on that, but if I can just carry on with the version and you can deal with it in parts. He says that when he was at the pharmacy, I'm sorry, carry on.
Let the interpreter first.
Are well so hard tlogang sa swana re tla se bankanyana. A nna le ko haufi le clinic he le kopana.
Ha tlong batla go clinic.
When he came to look for me at the clinic, I was working at the psych.
Thank you. Mrs. Molefe, he says that he did not come to the clinic specifically to meet with you. I'm not sure if you heard that the first time that I said that.
He visited the clinic to our office. He came to our office. He excused all the people inside there, and he said he wanted to speak to me.
All right. Mrs. Molefe, his version is different. He says he met with you at the pharmacy.
No, he didn't meet me at the pharmacy. I was on duty cooking for the kids.
He says when he met with you, you were busy collecting medication for Sophia.
He said at the users. Pardon, can you repeat that again?
He says when he met with you, you were collecting medication for Sophia from the pharmacy.
She's shocked, putting her hands on her mouth.
Yes, whether you just tell us is it true or not. If you don't agree, you don't agree.
No, that is the answer, my lady.
Okay.
Mrs. Molefe, if you disagree, you must just say you disagree. But the record won't pick it up if you use gestures and not your voice.
Do you agree with the statement?
I disagree with it.
All right. He says he did have a discussion with you.
Listen, please. We were seated inside the care users, our department's care users. We were seated there.
Listen to what Councillor says. He said he did have a discussion with you. Just listen.
Okay. Yes, he had a discussion with me.
Continue.
He says that during that discussion, you did mention to him that your daughter was one of the healthcare users who had been discharged from Life Esidimeni.
Yes, that's correct.
He says that he never promised or undertook to find her a new place.
He promised me.
Just for it there, please.
And he promised me also a scan.
Also a
scan.
Okay, just hold it there.
Yeah.
Yes, continue, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mrs. Milady. Mrs. Molefe, he says that he did give you his cell phone number.
Dr. cell phone number.
Dr. Sullivan.
Dr. Sullivan, sorry. Sorry, Honor. Dr. Sullivan, cell phone number. Yes, that's correct.
And he told you that you could telephone him if you needed anything?
That's correct.
He also says that when Sophia had her overdose, you phoned him on the day?
Sophia has no overdose. I phoned them the morning and told them that you promised me for a center. Now my child drank her medication, took her medication.
Yes. Thank you. You phoned them. Continue.
Yes. Mrs. Molefe, Dr. Selabana, that is not the conversation that he will say had happened. He says that you telephoned him to tell him that Sophia had overdosed and she'd gone into hospital.
Ntate Dr. o tlo bolela ga se poledisano ya gago le ena wena mmoleletse Sophia o nile overdose ebile o ile sepetlele.
Nna ke mo retse ke re Sophia ga le leng promise center ebile ngwana o nile dipidisi.
I told him that you've been long promised me a center and now the kids drank her medication.
Thank you. Mrs. Molefe, you on your
Just a
version met
second.
with.
Just a second. Mrs. Molefe, please assist us. Just listen attentively. Your response, you are saying you told them and they promised you a center. You told them that they promised you a center and Sophia has now overdosed. Who is they, them? The question that you are being asked relates only to Dr. Selebanu. I told them.
No. And
they promised me
and some promise center Manamela Galabun and promise center.
He came on Wednesday, promised me a center, and Thursday,
Labune.
On Thursday, it was Dr. Manamela. I was referring to them.
Okay, thank you. Is that all, Mr. Martin? Do you still have questions?
No, lady, if I can just ask one more question. Aside from these conversations that you say happened, or the discussions that you say happened with Dr. Selebano and Dr. Manamela, did you yourself, with the exception of Zola Clinic, take Sophia to any psychiatric institution, any hospital, and ask her to be admitted for her condition?
Dr. Manamela le Dr. Selebano. Wena kwa ntle ga Zola Clinic.
No.
No?
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Yes, Mr. Peterson. I don't know how many questions do you have. I see it's 3:45.
I just got two brief questions, my lady.
All right, continue.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Molefe.
Molefe.
I'm Advocate Peterson. I represent Ms. Gadani Mahlangu, the former MEC.
Advocate Peterson, okay. The last sentence, Gadani Mahlangu of?
Former MEC of Health.
Former MEC, what's my appeal? Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Molefe, I just want to take you to your affidavit at paragraph 17, which can be found at
paragraph 17.
At page 37377.
37377.
And that'll be the third sentence.
Paragraph 11.
Paragraph 17.
Paragraph 17.
And that'll be the third sentence.
17.
Are you on page 37377? Mrs. Interpreter?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. You can look at the paragraph and...
I see paragraph here, Ma'am Molefe.
Yes, you can just read it and then without us hearing you, you can just interpret that to the witness before she's taken to or I don't know whether counsel would just want to ask her a question.
Yes,
the paragraph. Yes.
I don't think there's a need for to traverse the
Yes.
whole paragraph. The
Yes,
third
you can.
sentence, I just want to ask her, does she confirm that Mrs. Mahlangu said on checkpoint that she would send doctors to help Sophia? Does she
Do you
confirm?
get that, Mrs. Interpreter?
Tetani Mahlangu o file bopaki mo checkpoint hore ena o tla romela di doctor ho ilo thusa Sophia.
No.
No.
If I can read the paragraph 17, the third sentence says, the MEC said on checkpoint that she would send
paragraph-
doctors to her. It's the same paragraph. It's same paragraph. Paragraph
Miss
17.
Please don't interrupt. Let the council finish, and then you will ask questions thereafter if you are not clear on what council wants to do. Please continue, council.
Thank you, my lady. At paragraph 17, it would be the fourth line from the bottom of paragraph 17. It says, the MEC said on checkpoint that she would send doctors to help Sophia. My question to you is that, do you confirm that statement?
Mo paragraph e tswang go tlase ya bone mo go ngotse statement sa wa re MEC o rile o bolele ha nna bolela mo checkpoint o lle o tlo romela dingaka tse di tlatlang di tlo thusa Sophia. I know nothing about this.
Do you understand, Mrs. Mulife?
I didn't say this.
This is in your statement.
I know where I forgot.
I forgot.
So do you dispute what is said in your statement?
O ganetsana le se se ngwetswe mo statementeng sa hao. No, I don't know this. Where did I mention this?
In your statement where you said the Gauteng Department of Health knew that Sophia was struggling. Checkpoint even showed the MEC the footage of Sophia at home, as can be seen in the documentary. I'm reading the first 2-3 lines of that.
The sentence tamatom ke statement sa so se ngwadisitseng.
Okay.
Wa re ba Department of Health wa mo Gauteng ne ntse ba itse go Sophia wa sokola. Struggling checkpoint even le checkpoint e bontshitse MEC mo footaging e le ya rona. Sophia a le ko lapeng. Some of them they just wrote it on their own. Asking this, ya ka re khona go bona mo documentary. Re khona mo bona Sophia mo documentary e le ya checkpoint a le ko lapeng. It is clear from the footage. Ebile ya bonagala mo footaging e that Sophia requires care that we were unable to offer. Sophia o nyaka tlhokomelo e le gore le rona le sa khone go mo inela. Yes.
So following from
Council wants to know whether you confirm that this is what the MEC said on checkpoint, that she would send doctors to help Sophia.
Council and that don't are botsa dipotso. O nyaka go itse go netefatsa gore ka tota ke se se buileng se gore ba re le bona ba nyaka go thusa Sophia.
The MEC, yes. I don't know when
MEC.
Who are you?
Yes.
Yes, Mrs. Matebe?
Yes.
This talks about the MEC, not they.
Mo re bua ka MEC ya ka re ngotseng. Okay. Mo re bua ka MEC. Mo fut anne a hlaeletse mo footage. Wena o bua ka ena re MEC o boletse yana.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, yes.
So you do confirm that?
O dumelana le seo?
Yes.
Yes.
And you testified on Friday and today that Dr. Selabano and Dr. Manamela came to visit you after seeing you on checkpoint. Is that correct?
Wa re ka Labotlhano o file bopaki wa re Dr. Selabano le Dr. Manamela ba tlile ba tlo go bona morago ga gore ba bone checkpoint.
That's correct.
Thank you, my lady. Those are the only questions I have for this
Thank you.
witness.
Are we done with everyone? Where are the evidence leaders?
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, are we done? Have we covered everyone?
I think we did, my lady.
Okay, I'm going to excuse the witness. I see it's a few minutes before 4 o'clock. Mrs. Mulife?
Okay.
This is the end of your evidence.
Okay.
We thank you very much for your evidence. And you are therefore excused.
I want to make you aware of something.
Okay.
Do you allow me?
Yes, you can. We want to hear that. What is that?
I want to make you aware of that hurts me, that gives me problems.
What is that?
If one can buy a razor blade and cut myself on my hand, there will be blood coming out, oozing out.
Yes.
And there's a wound that will stay behind. And when the wound gets healed, there will be a mark. There will be a mark that is left. This does not get off me. I'm not healed.
Thank you very much. We hear you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Sophia. About Sophia. Thank you very much.
Is that all, May Mamulife?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We hope that you will get answers at the end of this inquest. Thank you. Thank you. You are excused.
As a court, please, my lady, just to inform the court, Malatse Nofele was also supposed to testify today. We are unable to get hold of him in this point in time. We are still trying to get hold of him. But for tomorrow, Dr. Onoya and Dr. Marule will are scheduled for their evidence, my lady.
Where is my list? So it will be Dr. Onoya and
Morule.
Morule.
That's scheduled for tomorrow, yes, my lady. My lady, I'm also busy with appeal matters, so Advocate Light will assist the court in the morning.
Okay, thank you very much. That will be Onoya and Morule, which is number 17 and number 11, while you are looking for Nofile. Right. Thank you very much. I see there is a hand. Who is that?
It is Advocate Matlape, my lady. I simply wish to inform the court that I will not be available tomorrow. May I be excused? Advocate Ramaimele will be in, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
As it pleases the court.
Ms. Mohojwa, the court has been looking for you. So can we talk in the morning so that I'm also monitoring your presence? I don't know what is happening. Ms. Mohojwa? Yes, Mr. Pitlela, I see there is a hand.
Please, my lady. My lady, I'll also not be available in the morning from 10 for a period of about 3 hours. I did indicate to Nelisi, I don't know if she was able to relate it to the court.
When tomorrow?
I'll ask that. Yes, just in the morning for about 3 hours. And then
but who will
I
be standing in for you? You don't have any?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have, but I'll see if somebody can just listen in the morning.
Ask any
so
of
I suppose that will also be Yes, I would also request then that I be called last for any cross-examination that may come, so that I can then follow the proceedings through.
Yes, Ms. Mohojo, I can see you are there. What is it that you want to tell the court? The court was calling your name and Dr. Msikukuni. None of you was there. We don't understand how you attend these proceedings.
No.
It's important that you must be part of these proceedings, isn't it?
Yes, I happened to go to the small room, my lady, but I've been listening the whole day to the witness.
Where is Dr. Skukuni?
Dr. Skukuni is there also.
Yes, but I've been calling both your names. No one responded. At least one of you should have responded, isn't it?
She told me she had a problem that time in going into the mute and whatever.
Okay. Can
but
we talk
she's
about
she's the one who delivered the message that you wanted to talk to me.
I want to talk to both of you. Can we do that tomorrow? I'm monitoring also your attendance of these proceedings. Is that correct? Yeah. Yes, I'm going at this time. We're going to adjourn these proceedings until tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think Ms. Mahlapi forgot to lower her hand.
As a court pleases.
Thank you very much. Thank you.